Nearly a year after ex-Pedro was crowned champion, the Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages. 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it. And best way not to miss it, being right here every single day. Day 4 of 12 days of Clash Royale. Hello everybody, welcome. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League, here with you for all of the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. We are currently in the group stage. 8 groups of 8 playing a round-robin format. Top 4 move on to that double elimination bracket in the round of 32. And of course, that video explained a lot of what's going on, but some more stuff here on the screen. Again, why do you see so many matches over here? Why do you see the same person going more than one time? Because this stage is a round robin. We are in Group D today, and here are the 8 players in Group D. Each player will play every other player once today, so 7 matches per player today. Anaban of Chivas Esports, the sniper on ladder, TNT of Tribe Gaming, the South Korean with a long career in CRL, first in Asia, now over here in the West. Framsito, who people are looking at to possibly be one of the guys who will move on here today. LaPoKaTi, and I know that the fake Lapo gang over on Trovo, where we're also streaming today, very excited to see their favorite player in action, the American Bag, who I've heard rumors is getting looked at for a CRL team. I can't tell you who, but I have heard some rumors. Vitor, who might also be getting looked at, a top-tier Portuguese player who you guys saw a lot in previous competitions, including the No-Tilt World Championship. Lucdubs, the Brazilian, who's been back and forth between Cream Esports and Pain Gaming. And then Kendaswagger, who's kind of the surprise qualifier here, who made it in. And the Brit just kind of skating by, did not win his bracket, but after the dropout by Mohammed Light, who cannot participate because of being in CRL East, and a couple other players being removed from the competition, Kendaswagger gets a big opportunity here. And Kendaswagger is a 7.7K player with a 261 best finish on ladder. So we'll see if Kenda can take a big step up here in some big-time competitions. Of course, this is the overall set of groups. 8 different groups. We've already gone through our first 3, and I can show you guys the qualifiers there in a moment. If you saw that pre-stream roll that was going on, it did have all of our qualifiers, but I'll show you those again in a minute. Today, though, we are on Group D. 4 more groups to go after this one. And, of course, the top 4 from each group will move on to our 32-player double elimination bracket stage. Let's go ahead and let me show you the qualifiers that we've already had. Of course, in Group A, Azelia's Lich Pentakill. Oh yeah, of course, Sergio Ramos and Pompeo. In Group B, the God RF, Ruben, Dark Angel. Yeah, 3 major players that you know. And of course, over in Group C, we saw yesterday, Chris Lian, Jupiter King, Schwarza. Man, these things are going really fast. I'll go ahead and go back over to this one. Jupiter King, and I believe Chris Lian and Pedro qualified. And then in Group B, who did I miss? Oh, it was Mao who I missed in Group B. So pretty darn cool Yeah, we're going to be going on to our match here in a moment. Oh, and one big note here for today, guys. Clone is banned throughout today's event because of the bugs in Clone. If you've been watching on Twitter a bunch, pros have been playing posting a bunch of bugs with Clone with the new update. New update, Clan Wars 2. Who's pumped about that one? Of course, my clan will be pushing in the Creator Challenge as well. Had to do a new one today because I didn't realize you had to do a brand new clan for the Creators Challenge. So if you joined the clan yesterday, I put the name of the new clan in the clan. So go ahead and jump on over to there as well. But yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm excited for Clan Wars 2. Some pretty cool game modes. Hi, Rich. Where's the 10K sub box? Is that a thing? I don't really know. Is that a thing? The 10K sub box? Nowhere. But yeah, again, guys, today, Clone banned all the way through because of its bugs. And a little information here. We'll have the matches and the roles going over here. I will show you, by the way, the other set of matches. There you go. There's our other set of matches that will be seen on stream today. Not every match will be on stream, just to make sure it does not run 5.5 hours like it did yesterday. And then over on this other side of the screen, you can see the rankings. So we'll be able to keep track of who's got their win-loss records, who's in the top 4, meaning moving on, and who is in the bottom 4, meaning going home. And then, of course, down at the bottom over on this side, you see the country ranking. Just a general fun thing to keep track of how each country is performing overall in this event. And yes, I see a lot of you saying haircut. Yeah, my clippers finally came. So Mrs. Slaton and I got in there yesterday. So nice and clean, trimmed the beard down, got everything nice and tight. It's all a little bit shorter than I'd like. Gotta let it grow out a little bit, but you know, you cut for the cut you want next week, not for the cut you want today. Ain't that right? Mark Yoon asking, Rich, do I think TNT will win? TNT certainly has. I think he'll make it on to the next round, but this is a hard group, guys. This is kind of an underrated hard group, right? You look at just take a look at what we have, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the group one more time. Anaban, despite his challenges in CRL, is a top-tier player and can beat anybody in a best-of-3, right? You bet he'll be trying to snipe some of these players, especially maybe the more predictable players. TNT, world-class player. Framsito, exceptionally talented semi-pro and ladder player. LaPoKaTi, one of the best on the planet. Bag, like I said, might be getting looked at for a CRL team along with Vitor. I've heard rumors about both of those. Lucdubs has been one of the top out of Brazil for a long time. And Kendaswagger. Kendaswagger can ball. 7.7K ain't no joke, son. So this is going to be a pretty good overall group, I believe. Pretty competitive group. Anybody can be out. That's totally possible. Anyone can move on. Anyone can move out. I think this might be one of the most balanced groups that we have. I mean, we're going to see, if you look at the groups overall, the groups are just absolutely nuts. But D, again, a lot of these groups I think are maybe underrated when you look at the players who are the not quote-unquote big famous players. Can we know who? I don't know Bren Chong personally. Tofik Rob. He's a guy who's really into Clash Royale and does sponsors a bunch of stuff. There you go. That's about it. You'd have to ask CWA. He knows more about Bren than I do. Bernard. But Bren Chong, yeah. He's a guy who loves Clash Royale just like we do. We should be kicking off here in just a couple of moments. They're taking their time getting game number 1 going. I'm waiting for it to start here myself. So hopefully we'll be kicking off all the action here in a moment. I started the stream right at 12, thinking we would be kicking things off. We'd have like a few minutes of chat, and then boom, at 12:10, we'd be like, bam, game number 1. Let's go. But maybe I didn't get the timing quite right, but of course wanted to start at 12 because that's what the timer said. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, do not forget to subscribe to the channel. Make it the push to 11K now. We're at 10,300 something, so let's get that push to 11K. I mean, if I could end, dude, if we end this tournament, I'm at like 15. Ooh, that could be fire. But yeah, I mean, we hit 10K on day 1. Who knows where we'll end up on the end of this whole thing? It could be crazy. Did we hit 10K on day 2? Maybe it was day 2. Here we go. All right, now I'm excited for it. Anaban and Kendaswagger are going to kick off here in just a second. Both have said they are ready. Reminder, clone banned throughout the day. There will be no clone at all because it's glitched. Oh, man. Have you guys played Clan Wars yet? Have you guys played Clan Wars 2? Burrito Gang. By the way, if you guys saw on Twitter, guess what I had for dinner last night? That's right, burrito, al pastor. The real ones know. If you guys do follow me on Twitter, I posted a picture of my burrito wrapped up with the label, the al pastor written in pen on the front. So you know what's up. Let's take a look. Let's see. Request coming in. Great. we're going to get going. I feel like Flash and Razzer are always overlooked. I think people are done overlooking Razzer, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and jump in to our first game of the day. Irish Door throwing in a winner chicken dinner in the Trovo chat to support the burrito lifestyle. And, dude, I certainly appreciate it. And, again, if you are watching on YouTube, you can also watch on Trovo. Some people prefer the Trovo experience. Just depends on people's personal preferences. Is Razzer in Team Liquid? Yes, Razzer has moved over to Team Liquid. Got some more information on that yesterday. Razzer's always been a huge Team Liquid fan. He's a big fan of their team in the league. Like, Liquid has always been his favorite esport org, just in general as an esports fan. So when Team Liquid came a knocking with a chance for him to wear the blue, it was hard for him to say no, and he didn't. Why is the prize pool so low for the cup? Ralph, it's $6,000. It's $6,000 for a not CRL event. That's a pretty good prize pool. Usually these Revel AMAR tournaments are more like $1,000 to $3,000. So $6,000, that's a pretty legit prize pool for a 12-day event. So I don't know what more you wanted for something like this. Let's see. Who has so many mini accounts? A lot of people do. Oh, yeah. Anaban. Anaban has, like, a pile of accounts. Sandy, good to see you there modding in the YouTube chat. Certainly do appreciate it. Someone asked, who wants Clan Wars 1 back? Not me. I'm excited for it. I think Clan Wars 2 is going to be great. And you know what I really like so far is the pre-making your decks, having to select 4 decks that each have a total of 8 different cards. I think that's interesting. I do have a thought on how you would do BO3s, BO5s with bans inside of the Clash Royale app, and this is like a step in that direction that I think is pretty cool. But the 4 unique decks I think is interesting, and it does give you the information of what your opponent just played, so you can make some choices on what's already disappeared. I don't know. I'm kind of excited in the best of 3 mode. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty cool. I'm pretty pumped about it. So we're going to be digging in, and of course, my clan, Fat Fingers 2.0, will be participating in the Creator Challenge. Just formed the new clan today. I didn't realize I had to do a brand new clan. Oops, big rip on my part. But Fat Fingers 2.0 is now live in game. And, if you think that you've got what it takes to push high up, go ahead and join. Do I know Moogie from Clash Royale East? I don't know him personally, Mark Yoon, but I am familiar with Moogie. But we've never met, hung out, had a meal, that sort of thing. Haven't met Anaban either because his first season in CRL was an online-only season. Of course, Anaban was absolute fire in the No Tilt League Special Edition. Went 29-14 with 2 King of the Hill sweeps, but struggled mightily in CRL. It was a short season for sure, and I think it's hard to judge anybody off of only 4 matches played total in CRL. But yeah, he had a lot of trouble in CRL overall. Went 2-2 in his 1v1 sets, 2 sets won, 2 sets lost. Did not win a game in King of the Hill overall throughout that, but still a talented player, top tier ladder guy. Will be taking time off from Chivas Esports this season though, and a lot of rumored participants for Chivas this season. I'll be doing a video on roster rumors coming up pretty soon. Kendaswagger on the other side of it, a Brit. I don't know what kind of Brit Kendaswagger. I don't know if Kendaswagger is Scottish, English, Welsh, Irish, but repping the UK. 7.7K player. Like I said, 261 personal best finish on ladder. Currently falling behind in this matchup of Graveyard Cycle, the pretty fast Archer's Valk Graveyard, up against Anaban opening up with Ram Rider Mega Knight. Wilson recommending to use code RICH in the shop. I would also recommend that, guys. Use code RICH in the shop. Support my burrito habit. It's a lot of coming across the board here. That Ram Rider, though, is going to connect onto the tower and should not get to Princess. Just goes to the cage. I meant cage, not tower, by the way, guys. A lot of pressure here at the bridge from Anaban. I think that Broken, aka Kendaswagger, does get to another cage here. Yes, he does. Second cage comes in, but that's a lot of fireball value. This Ram Rider with the zap does connect. Big time connection. Anaban just throwing everything at the bridge. Kendaswagger has not been able to get Graveyards going. Gonna go ahead and try for one right here at the end. Graveyard in, Poison going to come in. That's not going to be enough damage. Snowball trying to make room. That's going to be close, but not quite. 780 to 316. Anaban holds on and gets the win in game number 1. You know what I forgot to do, guys? I forgot to set up the all-important post-game stats. Let me go ahead and find those post-game stats, get those up. Somewhere. Oh, there we go. Let me go ahead and get those post-game stats up there somewhere. Why does that say unauthorized? That's not correct. Oh, because I pressed the wrong button. That's why. That's why. All right, let me see if I can get these post-game stats up here and looking decent. Ban is going to be Tornado from Kendaswagger, a.k.a. Broken, is the account he's playing on here. And I'm working on getting these stats up for you guys. Give me 1 second. I realized a little bit late that I had forgot to get those ready and placed. But we're almost there. We're almost there, team. Let's see if I can sort out the sizing. Hold on. That looks pretty good. All right, there you go. There are your stats from the last one. And that's a pretty small sample size and not a very accurate set of data for the matchup. So don't know whether Broken did really have matchup. Curious of what you guys think. Yes, it is best of 3. It is also ban on first loss, guys. So there's only one loss you can ban on all the way through, but it is ban on first loss. And a lot of subs on the jumping in on the Trovo chat, guys. Shout out to all the subs here. Irish Door, Sandy, JMP on Hottie. It's a gold party over there on the Trovo chat. Anaban versus Lapo will be hyped. Yeah, that will be happening today. Guys, every single matchup will be happening today. And I'll show you guys the lineup one more time, but all 8 of the players, every player will play the other 7 in their group. Top 4 after today will move on to the round of 32. Which will be 5-6 days from now, depending on how you measure it. Looking like it's going to be Loon Cycle here for Kendaswagger. I guess Anaban running a Hog Triple Spell. And cycling the 6-man early here is Kendaswagger, so takes a couple of shots, but should be okay. A frustrating situation for the Brit to not get the King Tower activation. In competitive play, what's the best win type? Bruce Carey, I'm not sure what you mean, the best win type. Oh yeah, guys, G and P is wins and losses in Spanish. Even though I'm using the English overlay, for some reason they have it as G and P rather than W and L. You know, I'm actually going to ask them if we can change that. No, he says, what's the best win type? No, he put in 10213. Hey, Mikey with the big time sub over on the Trovo chat. Thank you very much, Mikey, for your support, dude. Your support's always super cool. I really appreciate it. Coming in huge, getting that gold name badge. Very, very nice work, dude. Very nice work indeed. So far, it's been all Anaban 2 games in a row. All it takes is one big balloon, though, to change things around. Hog can be an annoying matchup for this this Loon Cycle deck, just because you're all pretty much, unless you overspend like crazy, you're always going to give Hog shots. And then on the other side of it, Musketeer, Bomb Tower, Snowball creates such a defensive lock. In my opinion, Anaban has no real threat to winning in this one. He's going to be able to take this one pretty easily. You're already seeing that. But defending against Balloon is very easy with Anaban's deck. Mike45 back in the building. Good to see you on the YouTube side, buddy. Rich, do you think the dual mode could fit into CRL? Could be for the 1v1 set. I think that they may have plans for something similar in the future. I've heard like it seems like it could be. They've already experimented with other like matchup styles and game styles. Oh, there we go. That Loon can sneak right on through here. Oh my lord, tower down right hand side. Kendaswagger takes that one. I'm curious to see what the Royale API data is on this one. In my opinion, Anaban's deck matches up pretty well against Loon in general, but who knows? I could be wrong. Let's take a look. And this one gives the matchup data far for Loon rather than the Hog deck, and it might be just the fact how much it gets overwhelmed later on. I haven't played against 6 Loon a lot. I know if you guys already know, I'm playing this Hog triple spell deck that Anaban's playing on ladder. I played against a lot of Loon, not much 6 Loon though. So maybe there's something about the 6 Loon matchup. You are unable to handle the Musketeer and the Skeleton Dragons, so that might have been a bad read on my part. Having no spell that can take either of those two out. Anaban not going to take a ban here in this one. Oh, independent players wonder if it's best to win with number of towers down. Oh, Bruce, in competitive matchups, towers don't really matter. A win is a win. Crowns matter, crown/towers matter as the last tiebreaker, and I don't even think they should be a tiebreaker at all, but they are counted as the last tiebreaker, so if 2 players have the same record, wins and losses, they get split. They don't have a head-to-head tiebreaker between them. Maybe there's a 3-way tie. Then there's next tiebreaker is sets won and lost, or it would be like games won and lost, so on and so forth. Crowns is very low on tiebreakers, but it does technically matter. Yeah, a little Mufa coming from Rich here on this one. Let me ask something to the production. One moment, guys. Just seeing if we can get that game, the G and P replace the W and L, since we are in the English stream. I don't know if it's possible. We'll see if I'm going to ask them and see if that's a thing we can do. Who do I think is the GOAT in CR? I think that the GOAT is the greatest of all time. So I think that GOAT in this case. Oh, there we go. Ewiz. But Ewiz in response here. Very interesting. Oh, the Heal Spirit does leap over the Barb Barrel. Great call there by Anaban to go for the Heal Spirit with the Barb Barrel, but Heal Spirit leaps over still. Anaban coming out on top from that one anyway. I think the GOAT is Surge. I think the best right now, though, is probably either RF, Jupiter, or who else did I say yesterday? Maybe Air Server right now. So like who's playing the best right now? They're taking the greatest of all time. I don't think there's a solid argument against Surgical Goblin, at least on the western side of the world. So who knows? But Morton's probably one of the best. Morton is one of the best overall. But talking about who's the best right now in 2020, I think that the 3 guys I mentioned are all having better 2020s than Morton. But it's still only halfway through the year. We'll see. This CRL season will decide a lot. A long CRL season for the West this time around. Hold on 1 second, guys. Trying to get some information over to production to get them to see if they can fix that GP thing, just so we're not answering that question 50 times a day, because that one does end up being one that gets asked over and over and over again. And if we can make it say wins and losses, that might make things just a little bit easier. So that's going to be a match victory for Anaban to open up. Pretty close to sending that to sudden death overtime was Kendaswagger, but in the end, Anaban takes control pretty easily, locking things down. GG, well played. Anaban wins his first match of the day. And there you go. There's the updated stats view. A lot of data there, has it pretty even. Anaban was pretty much in firm control the whole way through. Who was our guest today? Please be CW. I don't actually have a guest lined up for today. I tried to line one up, but with Clan Wars 2 being out today, it's hard to get anyone to focus on today's event. But we'll see. Maybe I can get someone to stop in for part of it. Who knows? Did Line win the No-Tilt tournament? Yeah, Line did win the No-Tilt World Championship. Let's see. Our next matchup, going to be a good one. TNT versus Lucdubs. You can see coming up next right here. By the way, over here is going to be always our lineup for what's going to be on stream. Of course, with so many matches, they will not all be on stream, just for the sake of speed and getting through the event on time. So you can also keep track of things over on this side, where you'll see the win-loss record. Also, you can use AppGrade, our sponsor right down in the middle, AppGrade, AppGrade, to follow along and get specific results, especially for the matches that take place off-stream that you don't get a chance to see. So you can check out AppGrade to follow up along with that stuff, but we will be showing the bigger matches here on stream, especially the matches that are important as we get through this one and we start to get a picture of who's in, who's out, who's on the bubble, who's vying for a shot in there. So we'll see. We'll have a bunch of different stuff for you. Of course, one more look here at the group. That button should be sending me to the group. There you go. And let's go ahead and jump into our first game of TNT versus Lucdubs. Pino to Great. Yes, I do remember you. I'm a human? No way. I don't believe you. What is Rich Slaton? Zaylin Johnson. Only the real ones know. So a full-on match of CRL veterans here between TNT and Lucdubs. Of course, TNT, many seasons over in CRL Asia before it became CRL East, before moving over with his countryman Sean King, the coach, and of course Jupiter King to TNT, or to Tribe Gaming. And that RG going to do a lot early on. Fishboy bring the RG in, not going to be all that helpful. 1772 on the right-hand side. Yeah, if you guys have a question, yeah, try not to spam it, as Sandy's saying over there, but I will try to get to chat as much as possible, trying to balance dealing with two chats and all the production stuff and casting all at one time. Balloon connects on the right-hand side and pretty much evens things up between Lucdubs and TNT. Round robin, yes, show on the Trovo chat asking. It is a round robin, and the top 4 do advance to our round of 32. That will be a double elimination bracket, a 4-day long double elimination bracket. This is a 12-day event for $6,000. Dadizio talking about the Clan War 2, playing a little Clan Wars 2, which is pretty cool. The clear chat is a little bit. What do you guys think about the clear chat? Right? Does it feel weird? Are you good with the clear clan chat? Caesar, I hit 5.9 yesterday with Hog Triple Spell. It's still 1 week left in the season. I'm going to try to hit 6K today and then prepare myself for a push to 6.3 and see if I can get to and stay at 6.3 to put a new best finish on my season. 63.23 I think is my personal best, but I did not finish there because I stupidly tilted. So got to go back and try that one more time. Giant Skeleton making a beeline for the tower. TNT can't keep it off. Lucdubs going to take game number 1 here. Giant Skeleton can be so annoying when you don't have the ground answers to pull it. GG, well played. Lucdubs takes the advantage in game number 1. Where's my analyst, Rich? Where's Rodrigo Loza from yesterday? Yeah, gotta. He never reached out to me. He never reached out to me. German Morales, I think 6600 is good with any deck. And waiting on the update on the stats. Here we go. Fairly even matchup. Maybe a slight advantage to Lucdubs here in terms of the numbers. Advantage right now to the Brazilian. Big Smoke. No, I've never completed a 20-win challenge. I'm an okay player. Guys, if anyone asks how good I am at Clash Royale, I am okay. That's the best. I am an inconsistent player. Musketeer going to be the ban from TNT here in game number 1. So we're moving up to game number 2 here in just a moment. How did Schwarzen lose yesterday? Because it's best of 3s, Just Epic. People lose best of 3s on occasion. Of course, Jose Castillo. Guys, I'm happy. I'll be here again. This is just day 4 of 12 days of Clash Royale. You can be here and be a part of. We are on the 31st Group D. We still have 4 more group stages to go. Group E tomorrow, followed by 3 more after that. Mark Yoon in the YouTube chat saying, Rich, I watched your video about Expo Master like 20 minutes ago. Cool, dude. That's one of my favorites. Everyone wants LaPoKaTi's games. Yeah, the fake LaPoKaTi gang over on Trovo. Certainly excited for them. I know I am. Here we go. Game number 2. About to kick off. Banned by TNT is Musketeer. Let's jump into our second game. Lucdubs, currently with the advantage. LMNT says the most enjoyable part of CW of Clan Wars 2 is fighting the boat. Interesting. Yeah, animals. Framsito has also gone by the name Patea Otakis. Rich becomes Jupiter King if burritos at stake. Yeah, that's certainly true. Oh, this looks like it might be... There's the poison high, Loon behind. I don't know if Lucdubs can stop the balloon here. Inferno Dragon creates some separation. Balloon does not connect, but will get death damage on the right-hand side. 1746 to 2313. Deep Thought, I have no idea about that question. And yes, Deep Thought is what I'm going to call you. Lava down one more time for TNT. DC the Boss, what are you talking about? Never reads the gold comments in chat. I'm just trying to do my best with balancing 2 chats and commentating and running the production. Dadizio didn't get an alert from YouTube. Interesting. So tower trade situation here as we go on to the final minute of regulation time. Double elixir time on its way. It's interesting, Lava Miner was an archetype, Lava Loon was an archetype, and then now it's just put it all together. Lava Loon Miner, why not? Yeah, Big Smoke, congrats on your 100cc badge. That's pretty cool. Full-on Lava Dragon push left-hand side. And that balloon way outside. Snowball used to reset it in a little bit. But this could be a whole lot of trouble for Lucdubs. The second cage does not pull. That is absolutely huge. No pull from cage number 2. TNT now with a big lead, 907 to to 2040, and it is a 2-tower game, making things real difficult for Graveyard, obviously. This should be, I don't want to do the La Mufa, I've been jinxing a whole lot today. But it should be very difficult for Lucdubs to win here. Doing his best, though. A nice Valk in the pocket. $589 left-hand side for Lucdubs, 1043. Another good, if we get the triple elixir, Graveyard could take this one. Valk in the pocket here again, maybe. Decides to spend his elixir on defense, gang high, or cage high. Lucdubs low on elixir. Barbs are out of cycle. And I don't think he can beat out this Lava Hound here. Graveyard down, Valk in the pocket. If he has enough for a poison, this could be a steal here on the right-hand side. Valk swinging. Can he do it? No! TNT pulls it off. Look at all the skeletons hanging around on that tower on the right-hand side. GG, well played. Game number 3 coming up here in just a moment. All right, now that we got the stats up here for a second, waiting on our game number 3, let me look at some chats here. See what's happening. And big shout out to all the subs over on the Trovo side. Dadizio, Sandy, all those gold names. And of course, JMP. Hey, the GMP got changed, did it? To WNL, I didn't even look at it. Stormy, thanks for the love over on YouTube. Do appreciate it. And yeah, guys, hey, you know what? Here's my answer. To everything, whatever accomplishment, I'll come on screen. The man's going to be minor for Lucdubs. I'll come on screen for this one. Whatever accomplishments you've had in Clash Royale, whether you've hit 6,600, whether you've hit 8K, whether you have 12 wins, whether you have 4 wins, if you're a 1K player who just 3 crowned someone for the first time, you know what? I'm proud of you. So this is my general answer for all your achievements. Rich, is this good? Rich, should I feel proud about this? Hey, Rich, is this good or bad? It's all good. Are you having fun? Are you playing Clash Royale? There you go. So that's my general answer. From now on, Rich, is this good? Yes. That's my answer. Even if you've played 1,000 games of Clash Royale and won 0, are you having fun? Then it's good. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. TNT and Lucdubs. Let's go. Haircut is fresh. Yeah, well, I got my clippers. There you go. DC the boss with a good line. The nuclear chat is good, but it's cool, but no matter what anyone says, I see right through it. Is it good that I broke my phone playing Clash Royale? Yep. Did you have fun? If you had fun breaking your phone, then it's good. There you go. See? That's my answer at all times. Royal Giant for Lucdubs. Probably the same thing here for TNT. Might have a RG matchup. And animals, we've talked about this quite a bit on the stream the last few days. What cards are OP right now? Well, probably Fisherman, maybe Musketeer, definitely Heal Spirit. I think that Golem first play is still the most annoying thing on the planet. And Heal Spirit not going to do that much here for Lucdubs, and now a good RG push the opposite direction. And that Heal Spirit for TNT will do quite a bit. Going to get him a couple or just one RG shot fireball value, though. And now they're even on Elixir. TNT does have the slight damage lead, 2208 to 2280. Oh yeah, battle healers are also, but you got to yeet battle healers, though. Lucifer asking, how would I feel if Musketeer starts shooting burritos? Is it shooting burritos directly to my face? If so, that's a win. Fisherman picks up the skeletons, now pulls the Royal Giant, but to where? Nowhere important. 2026 left-hand lane. A little more elixir on the board here right now, though, for TNT. A good hunter to keep that fish boy from getting involved in the game, though. Mirror matchups are about a few things typically, right? A lot of people say that a mirror matchup is the true test of skill because no one has no one has the advantage on matchup. I don't always agree with that. I think the mirror matchup tests a few things. It tests, like, mirror matchup is dependent on starting hand as a big part of it. You know, who has to do a bunch of work to repair their cycle or has the proper responses early on. A lot of it's also just, do you know the mirror, right? Certain mirror matches have principles that define them. So there you go. Only Hail Sprint needs a nerf, but a lot of cards need a rework in my opinion. Says Pluto Planet, maybe. Dadizio Smash and S10. 6 Smash and Insured 6 times this year. Nice work. I can't believe the insurance still lets you do that. Win for Lucdubs here in game number 1. TNT playing late into the night, and as you can see, fairly similar looks between these two. Not a precise, even matchup, and the Skeleton Dragons definitely give more fireball value to Lucdubs than the fireball value the opposite direction to TNT. So there's probably a slight advantage there towards the Brazilian, just because the fireball gets a little bit more use on his side. So our next matchup on stream, let me just double check this one. Ah, yes, Trovo's gonna be excited, guys. Here we go. LaPoKaTi versus Framsito. Let's get into it. Framsito from Argentina, an 8.1K player. Best finish on ladder. 119th, but currently 25th with a week left to go. And as you can see with the green and white, plays for Clash Royale Betis in the No Tilt League. And also in the Space Station Gaming Cup that just completed. Made top 8 there. The Argentinian has lots of competitive experience over the last couple of years. Mostly in semi-pro leagues, Liga Mexicana, some CCS competition with Undead Gaming. And of course, both in the No Tilt League and No Tilt League Special Edition with Clash Royale Betis. Of course, on the other side of that, you probably know this guy. You may have seen him play once or twice, may have seen him dancing up on the tower. Space Station Gaming's LaPoKaTi, one of the defending Western champions from this season. RG to the left-hand side. This has been one of the secondary level popular RG decks, this little RG cycle. Dadizio, thanks for the hype and the roses. Really do appreciate that, man. That's pretty huge. Throwing the love in the chat. Hey, guys, are those of you guys like trying to everyone trying to flex in chat about how good you are compared to somebody else? It's all irrelevant. If you're having fun, you're having fun. So for some people, 6.6K is the biggest thing they'll ever do, and it's amazing. For some people, they're like, if you don't break 8K, you're trash. Who cares? So if you're out in the chat trying to flex on somebody else and degrade someone else's achievements, I don't know, man, find something else to do. Yeah, and that's interesting. Patrick saying that convinced Lapa was playing GY until the Heal Spirit certainly looked like it might be Graveyard. How do you calculate the results of wins, losses for games, matches, and sets? What do you mean, how do you calculate it? I don't calculate anything. Musketeer to the left-hand side, RG in front of it. It's going to be interesting to see how much Framsito is able to actually get on tower here. Lapo should control these mortars from locking pretty well. And it's going to be hard for Framsito to stop the combination of the Royal Giants
and the spell cycle you see that Lapo's doing a great job with. Framsito needs to not cycle Musketeers way back there anymore like that. Every time he throws a Musketeer back there, Lapo's going to Fireball. There you go. Now you see Musketeer higher rather than playing the Musketeer down low. And this RG can pick up the mortar every single time and then turn into a nice counter push. Lapo's sequencing on this is really, really nice. Keep an eye on the way he's putting these different pieces together. Cage will pick up both the skeleton barrel and the mortar. Mortar does lock, though, when the Goblin Brawler goes down. That's going to be a couple of shots. Fireball comes in. Second mortar shot gets off. Unfortunate sequence there for LaPoKaTi. Can he get to an RG high enough now to pick it up? RG does come in. I think that might have been down in time. 2 Musketeers, though, on the Royal Giant. A lot of value there for Framsito, who's now putting the pressure on. A little early on the log there, so has to Heal Spirit behind. Heal Spirit, though, does give the RG a little bit more on the left-hand side. 1193 to 1284. Final 30 seconds. Things very tight. This could come down to some spell cycle at the end. And now Cage high here for LaPoKaTi, and Framsito knows he has the lead, knows that they're both running log Fireball, so happy to just do some spell cycle of his own. Let's see if where Lapo goes with his Fireball. Gets the Musketeer off, log to get the gang out of the way. Can he get one RG shot in? I don't know if he's able to do it, folks. No, he's not. Framsito gonna win game number 1 here. GG, well played. Look at the updated stats here in just a moment when they do come in from Royale API. Not a lot of data, but the data does have the advantage towards LaPoKaTi, the 11 games played. So that was an 80-20 going into this one. Again, you can't really rely on that little amount of data, and LaPoKaTi playing this sort of second meta, off meta RG deck. And LaPoKaTi choosing no ban in this one. Very interesting. No ban for Lapo. TNT and Lucdubs already did battle. I thought we had a second battle going on off stream right now. I'll keep an eye on that. Harish, how am I? How's you? Me's great. Here we go. Game number 2 of Framsito LaPoKaTi about to come on in. Let's get to it. LaPoKaTi stormed onto the competitive scene with his addition to Space Station Gaming in the second season of CRL, the opening spring of CRL West, where he and Immortals went to 3rd place. And Lapo posted the overall top win rate in the regular season at 72%. Certainly a Rookie of the Year performance when you post the best win rate of the league as a rookie. Didn't have as good of a season in his second season appearance, but still was positive in his win rate, 55% in the fall of 2019, and then back up to a very powerful 63% win rate in the spring season, where he and Space Station went on to win the Western Championship earlier this year. So Barb Hut for Framsito. It's nice to not see as much Barb Hut as we once saw. And of course, Lapo gonna see someone else run Mortar and go, dude, you think that you think you can play Mortar against me? Well, let me show you how to play Mortar. A couple of big time shots on the left-hand side. Huge pig push on the right. Bar barrel to get the Heal Spirit off. Nice bar barrel there by Lapo. And what Framsito might have thought was a big opportunity to take a lot of damage on the right-hand side turns into kind of a throwaway here. Did need to put some pressure on for sure. but unable to do much with it. Here we go, 1654 on the left-hand side for Framsito, 2180 as we go into double elixir time. So the big question now will be, how does LaPoKaTi go about trying to get damage here? As we get deeper into this and Framsito is able to clog up the lanes more and more, should continue to have that bar barrel available for Skelly barrels, even if they do slide on by like this one does. So won't get much out of the skeletons there. Lapo does currently have the lead over the Argentinian. And Framsito has not been able to get dual lane pressure going yet. Fireball and Mortar collectively do create a lot of defensive options, and look at that. Just more and more on the left-hand side. LaPoKaTi cycling very, very well here. This has been one of the more popular decks of this competitive season. Switching lanes back and forth is the Belarusian. A lot to deal with on the right-hand side here for Framsito. And defensive mortar again, and I think this will be the game plan most of the way through for Lapo at this stage. Might throw some sneaky skeleton barrels in just for pressure and to take the barb barrel out as an offensive tool from Framsito. Maybe force him to spend some extra elixir. There you go, skeleton barrel one more time. And Mortar down again, 1703 to 1209. And Framsito goes just right for the Mortar here. Sees it down. And maybe just trying to get the Mortar out of the way and cycle back around again, but LaPoKaTi cycles faster, so very curious choice here from the Argentinian. Mortar down one more time, and Lapo now just bunkering down. Maybe a fireball here from Framsito trying to break through. Heal Spear behind for the Skeleton Dragons and gets a little bit on the Pigs here. Fireball now trying to make a little bit of room. Pigs not going to get there though. 10:37 to 5:31, 20 seconds left. Mortar down again, but this time Mortar low to the left-hand side, so maybe opening a little bit of room for some Piglets to sneak on through here. We'll see if it happens. Barb Barrel clears the lane out. 10 seconds left. Piggy's down on the right-hand side. Fireball takes care of one. Fireball opposite direction, trying to do enough, but not going to happen. And there you go. LaPoKaTi evens things up after 2 games. Lucas just made his #1 on ladder at 2.6 in this meta. No question he's OP. Well, let's see what his finish is. But yeah, even being there right now ain't too bad. Daddy Ezio, thank you very much for the bravo. Do appreciate it. Let's go take a look at the numbers for that last one. Powered by Royale API, and you can see decent sample size there of 349. Pretty even matchup data, even when you take it down to the 7 of 8 matchup. Framsito banning Mortar for game number 3. Musketeer insanely popular. People in the YouTube chat talking about Musketeer being OP. There's varying opinions on that. It is certainly strong, and the meta certainly favors Musketeer right now over other ranged attacking options. Mortar is the ban from Framsito, and you understand why. Don't want to give Lapo that option here for game 3. Of course, if I'm Lapo, I wouldn't have played Mortar in game 3 anyway. Heal Spirit for Heal Spirit, and Framsito drops the Musketeer. Lapo probably has one as well. Harish, I'm playing Hog Triple Spell on ladder right now. So it is Lumberloon. We'll see if it's the double small spell or the Royal Recruits version. And that will be a ranged up balloon connection on the left-hand side to open things up. Barb Hut Not going to help out with that pull. Heal Spirit comes down to save one more shot from the Muskie, so opening salvo, 14-16 in the first 45 seconds for the Argentinian here against LaPoKaTi. Cycles Musketeer one more time to the right-hand side to deal with the spawned barbs. Joseph Earl saying, can we get more likes in this video? You know what, Joe? That's a great idea. Throw those likes in it, of course, if you haven't yet. Subscribe to my channel. This is only day 4 of 12 days of Clash Royale. Fireball in on the right-hand side. Lot of damage here from LaPoKaTi. Taking the lead back by just 3 HP. Framsito does have the 1 elixir advantage with the Fisherman, but now we're going to be pretty much even here. Giving up a 1 elixir advantage the opposite direction for LaPoKaTi now. Does not get the barb to connect on that right-hand side. Still only a 3 HP advantage. Joseph Earl in the Taco Bell drive-thru. Anyone want anything? Guys, can anybody here guess what I want? Although I don't want it from Taco Bell. But I'll take it. 3-3 split. And that's going to be some good damage on the right-hand side. LaPoKaTi has to make some choices. Does go Barb Hut to defend against it. But the Skelly's high. Heal Spirit, though, keeps the Musketeer alive. And good back-and-forth dual lane pressure here from Framsito in this matchup. You know, you think of the Royal Hogs being the dual lane pressure deck here, but playing this Loon Cycle deck with that 6-man and one with the Skeleton Dragons version, of course, on top of that, gives you a lot of dual lane options. And Framsito right now switching left and right very, very well. Going to go 4-2 to the right-hand side for defensive purposes. A Baja Blast is tasty, that's true. Can't argue it's the Baja Blast. And Musketeer does get pulled all the way inside. Heal Spirit gives it a little bit more life. And Lapo gonna Barb Hut here. This is gonna be a nice looking counter push for LaPoKaTi. Death damage will get in, but no really great answer for these pigs. That's gonna be a GG well played. Fireball comes in, Lapo gets the win. In 3, well played overall by Framsito. But Lapo managed the end of that very, very well. Knight or regular witch? Ooh, I don't know. Neither? And yeah, Barb Hut, Musketeer, Skeleton Dragons, Fireball. Musketeer can never die. And this is the one thing about this 6-Loon deck, is having no big spell means you can abuse Musketeer against it. With Musketeer being so popular in the meta. Unless you have to focus on getting that Musketeer off the board like crazy in this matchup, and if you can't, a lot of trouble. Hey, fake Royal Giant and Dadizio with the winner chicken dinners, and then fake Royal Giant with the cash. Bang! Thank you very much, dude, on Trovo. Do appreciate it, guys. Co-streaming on Trovo and fake Royal Giant coming through huge with the cash bang. As he is one to do. I know it's as he is wont to do, but you get what's happening. Ooh, guys, coming up next. This will be a fun one. Check it out. Lapo versus Bag. Ooh, let's go. One of the greats. LaPoKaTi up against one of America's favorites, Bag, in a best of 3. Here we go. This is why I love tournaments like this one. You get to see so many fun matchups. And when we get into the round of 32, that'll be some BO5s, which will be super fun. But right now, BO3s for this round robin. Lapo and Bag, the star of Belarus against one of America's young favorites, who, again, like I said, I've heard rumors is getting looked at for by at least one team in CRL West. So we'll see. Let's see. I know Harish asked earlier what my ladder deck is right now, and that is Hog Triple Spell. I think it's pretty fun right now. Do you guys have a place that makes a 2-foot burrito? Dadizio. I don't know. I think there might be one in San Diego. I don't know about one in Los Angeles. Cody Wang predicting Bag playing the stinky cheese here. We'll see. Pluto Planet saying in Trovo, wow, Upgrade is great. It keeps giving me notifications of matches very quickly. Cool. You know, a lot of people talking about maybe buffing Witch in the Trovo chat. I wrote, I never posted it, but I wrote a blog post and never posted, that I think some cards just belong in Noobville. They can be fine at early stages, but then they don't need to be buffed so that they're viable in later stages of the game. And the two cards I think of that, this also answers one of Harish's questions over in the YouTube chat. In my opinion, Witch and Wizard are both fine. Witch and Wizard are both mediocre cards that are strong in early ladder, like below 4K, and that don't need to be strong enough to be competitive. In fact, I think it's bad when those two cards are good enough to be competitive. I'm fine with some cards being Noobville cards. Witch is good at dealing with high damage single target units, but later you get cards that do that better and have more technical viability. Same thing with Wizard. Wizard, if it's too strong, it's bad for the meta overall. I like Wizard where it is. I don't think Wiz needs to be viable over 6K. I think Wizard is fine. And there are other better splash options later in the game that give more variability. So with almost 100 cards in the game, maybe I'll post the blog post. I wrote it a while ago. The data on it's a little bit unusable now because the data is based on something old. But I do think that yeah, some cards can just be Noobville cards. Hey, Arafat Nabi, thank you very much for the donation. The super chat on YouTube, really appreciate that. All excited about Bag versus Lapo. Who wouldn't be? And it is a GY versus GY matchup for this one. Very interesting. And Mrs. Slaton dropped off some food here. Everyone give the daily love to Mrs. Slaton for keeping me nice and fed so I can stay upright throughout this entire thing. Has there been a match without Muskie? Yeah, I don't know, Cody Wang. Jorgen saying we needed an alternative to Muskie. She's so unique and good everywhere that they can't nerf her because she's alone at the same time. Can't make cards that are like her. I mean, there are alternatives to Musketeer. People just don't think about those as alternatives. Ewiz and Musketeer are alternatives to each other, even though Muskie is more of a damage versus Ewiz is more control. Dart Goblin is a Musketeer alternative, right? Archers are a Musketeer alternative. You see them being cycled in for different decks. Muskie's just crazy strong right now, and the meta is good for Muskie because of her variability as a high DPS unit that you can't easily spell off. Harish, good luck on your college placements. Hope it goes well. Oh, it's Golem. The poison made me feel like it wasn't Golem. Well, poison Muskie made me feel like it was Graveyard, but it's Golem. All right. I see the chat in the YouTube saying that Bag's using Golem here from much earlier. Golem bar putt. All right. Okay. Aggressive Golem high one more time. Slight lead here for Bag. Lapo has not had a chance to get much off on offense. Thank you very much for the stay safe, Sandy. We appreciate that. Cannon card in behind the Golem when this bar putt pops. Big opportunity here. Second bar putt high now for Lapo. I'm not sure what his game plan is here to get Graveyard work down. Might just GY to tank for the Muskie on the right-hand side. Here we go. Graveyard in. Baby Dragon is the tank for now. And that's going to be a pretty viable push on the right-hand side. Poison in. This is going to be a huge amount of damage. LaPoKaTi going to take the lead by a lot here in the final 15 seconds. Oh, my word. Never mind. Cannon cart sliding on in. Musketeer has to go against the 368. 1368 to 1389, about 20 HP separating these two. Let's see if they can change this. 21 HP is a difference. Poison on the left-hand side. Poison Graveyard in for LaPoKaTi. Snowball trying to add a little bit more. Will Lapo take it? Yes, he will. Game number one goes to the Belarusian, comes down to the final 20 seconds. Let's go. Cody Wang saying Night Witch Cannon card is a giveaway. Maybe, but there's Graveyard Night Witch now, and there's also Cannon Cart Graveyard. So, you know, when you see Poison, you kind of don't feel like it's going to be Golem. But, you know, came out. There you go. But I do see your point there, Cody Wang. I'm waiting on this overlay to update. And you see a mortar ban, if you saw the chat there for a second, mortar ban coming in from Bag. And here we go, game number 2. Lapo up 1. My most hated deck, I think Golem's so stupid. I don't mind Golem when it's played. I just think Golem first play is the most annoying. Like, if people who will like cycle to get Golem in their to make sure like they'll just drop something so they can essentially Golem first play. I just hate it. I think it's dumb. It's one of the most coin flip parts of the game is Golem first play. But I'll tell you this much: bait. I will lose to bait when I have hard counter. All sorts of baits. Fake RG, thanks for the rose, do appreciate it. And Sandy, of course, OP modding both the YouTube and the Trovo chat. Oh yeah, guys, the code rich only does something if you are buying things. It doesn't. Just you putting the code in doesn't do anything. But if you're getting the battle pass, or if you're getting Pass Royale, if you're buying gems, if you're buying one of those packs, code rich helps me out a lot. But just putting the code in and not buying stuff doesn't help. But it's nice. It's a pleasant thing to do. And Cannon Cart's gonna get pulled here rather than the Golem by Fish Boy. And Sandy with 10-pound dono for Mrs. Slaton. Thank you very much, Sandy. I will use that to get her a breed. How about that? And CK, to answer your question, no. The whatchamacallit, the creator code helps us out if you spend money in the games. Otherwise, it's just a nice. It's nice that you do it, but creator code is offer in-game purchases. So Bag going back-to-back Golem and playing hyper-aggressive as well. And you see trying to control high here rather than activate King Tower as LaPoKaTi. Just not wanting to give too much damage on that right-hand side. Has Vitor played? I don't believe he has yet, Luis. Underrated combination, Fisherman Skeletons, by the way. You see the value he's getting out of Fisherman Skeletons, Heal Spirit, keeping that Fisherman on the board for a long time. And so you see, like, hey, there's some poison value on the left-hand side, but that's after that Fisherman's already been out there for quite a while. RG ahead, and now we should see a Fish Boy behind it. There you go. $866 to the right-hand side to 1054. LaPoKaTi now with the lead. How does this Royal Giant get past the Bar Putt at this stage? Heal Spirit should come in now that the Bar Barrel's out of cycle. Bag playing the Bar Barrel, but given the opportunity for Heal Spirit to come in and basically save that entire push. So maybe a little early there with the Bar Barrel. He's going to pay for it. Quick 2-0 for LaPoKaTi. GG, well played. So Bag maybe going to the going to the bag one too many times with this Golem deck. Small sample size gives the advantage to Bag here. I don't know. I gotta think about what I think about that matchup, but small sample size does give it to the American in that one. So here's a quick update on all of our numbers. Of course, you see right over here. Here are the stats. Lapo currently 2-0. 4 seems to be looks like it's most likely the minimum to make it into the top 4. Of course, if someone goes way off, a 3 and 4 player could technically make it. But Lapo currently out ahead, 2-0. Anaban and Lucdubs coming up next. You can see a lot of players here currently in that 1-1 space. Vitor and Bag are also going to start playing. That will be an off-stream matchup. So we'll be getting to Vitor. As you can see, Vitor and LaPoKaTi on the schedule for our on-stream matches today. What does sample size mean in the stats sheet, Foxies? Sample size means the number of games played in that matchup. So right now, that sample size of 82 tells us that that data is based off of 82 games played to get that 70-30. 82 games played to get that 70-30. How are they choosing this order, Bryce Leach? Part of it is based off of overall schedules of where everyone is in the world. You know, trying to get TNT's matches in early, I think. So he goes to sleep. I think, Patrick, that these are the overall, the sample sizes throughout the game, not within just the high trophy range. There is a version of this that is just top 200. I don't know if that's what they're using. I doubt that's what they're using to get that many games. But who knows? I can ask, see if that's actually the top 200. Here we go. Game number 1, Anaban against Lucdubs. And I'm going to go mute for a minute while I take a bite of this lunch that Miss Slaton just dropped off. This is a very tasty lunch. I'm going to be off mic for another 20, 30 seconds, guys, while I jam this down my face. I'll be back commentating in just a moment. All right, and it is Ice Bow for Anaban, as everyone was surmising. Of course, I wouldn't have been surprised if Anaban ran the RG or Hog Rider version, just being Anaban. Ice Rocket is what I call this one. The Expo is almost secondary to this game. Arafat saying weird defensive Expo. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he meant to play it one tile higher. Maybe he also wanted it to not be at all involved. Oh, no, it's not that weird. He's trying to pull balloons. So he was trying to set up for a potential balloon pull there if a balloon did come in. That's why that was a defensive Expo. Because then you can do that 2-part sequence. Wow, Rocket's the heal spirit and the tower. So should NATO all of this back and then maybe Tesla high again here. Ice that uses the skeletons to hold on. There you go. There comes the Tesla high. No guests planned for today's stream. Trying to put them together. Yeah, to answer that question, Arafat, that defensive Expo positioning that you're seeing right there. Maybe he meant to put it one tile higher beforehand. But yeah, that's the Activate King Tower with Loon to Tesla to Expo. Some games are played off stream, everybody, in case you guys were curious about that. Yeah, because he doesn't want to use NATO to activate against the balloon if he can, because he wants to save the NATO to defend against all these troops up high. There you go, Expo down for Anaban left-hand lane. And Heal Spirit does not allow that high expo to connect on tower. So good Heal Spirit usage out of Lucdubs with a minute 10 left, or a minute 15 left to be more precise. And there you go, Rocket on defense, Snowball not going to do enough to get that balloon on tower. Do I know when TNT is playing again? Mark, you not entirely sure. Cody Wang, you've never seen this expo placement before. Against Balloon, you never seen this expo placement before? Am I just is it normally a one-tile difference? Because watch him maybe NATO all this in towards the expo now. Oh, he wants to save it for this, there you go, high expo. Trying to get a lock on if he can. Can he get past those skellies? No, he cannot. No reason to go to go for King Tower activation now. And Rocket Cycle should be enough to win it at this stage. With how popular Loon has been, not surprised. Maybe it's a little surprising we haven't seen more Ice Bow or more Ice Rocket. He's gonna might even NATO way over. Goes ahead and Rocket NATOs all that together. Fishboy tries to slide in, not gonna do it. Anaban takes game number 1. GG, well played. People either hate Ice Bow or love Ice Bow. I think it's completely no skill or total skill. No one has no opinion on Ice Bow, it seems. And there you go, game number... Was that game number 2 or was that game number 1? That was game number 1. Bag and Vitor playing off stream right now. Game number 1 went to Bag 1-0, both playing... Looked like a near mirror match of 2 Ram Rider decks. And currently, they are in their second game. We'll update you with more of that as time goes on. Game number 2 of Anaban Lucdubs coming up here in just a moment. Here we go. Lucdubs is an 8.2K player who spent 4 seasons in CRL. Season 1 with Red Canids, who looked like they might run away with the LATAM region and then faltered in playoffs. Then 2 disappointing seasons with Cream Esports in CRL West in 2019, then on to Pain Gaming, who also struggled during this Western season. And no animals, I have not seen the picture of Anaban wearing glasses. Harish, can you get friend link? Friend link goes to my Trovo or Twitch subscribers. Go join on Trovo, and if you want to sub there, those guys get my friend link. Otherwise, I have to give my friend link to everybody. Also, I don't actually like being spectated, so friend link is a big thing. Burton B, wet burritos at Alberto's. Do you mean Adalberto's? In Sacramento? Or isn't Adalberto's both in Sacramento and San Diego now too? But Burton, I tend to go with a dry burrito. But I know a certain insurance salesman who loves his wet burritos. Adalberto's in San Diego too. Good to know. Yeah, Anaban. Is this Ram Rider from Anaban? I think he ran the same deck earlier, didn't he? And it was Ram Rider before. No King Tower activation for Lucdubs. That's what the WoW is. Thought he'd get that activation, didn't get it. And now his Mega Knight gets ruined by a nearly down Inferno Dragon. This Ram Rider's not going to connect. Oh my God, she does. Oh, there's Alberto's and there's Adalberto's. I'm more familiar with the Adalberto's than Alberto's. Man, Anaban gets that Ram Rider connection on the left-hand side, and now a Mega Knight leap on the right-hand side. Everything going towards Anaban right now. Good value, Musketeer and a Skeleton Dragon. What else can go towards Anaban? His Mega Knight should be one card away, so can't drop it. (9-11) on the right-hand side, though. Lucdubs will get a fish slap out of this. Mega Knight has to come down out of cycle for the Piggies. Ram Rider this time will not connect. And now a healthy counter push coming in from Lucdubs. Pressure in both lanes. Mega Knight and the Skelly Dragons on one side, Musketeer on the other, and Musketeer does connect on tower. Dark Prince not down enough. This starting to swing towards the Brazilian. Trouble all over the place right now for Anaban. Was firmly in control and now going to lose it. GG, well played. Lucdubs taking game number 2, evening us up in this best-of-3 series. Ram Rider versus Pigs. We'll see what the ban is this time. Bag and Vitor now starting game number 3. So Vitor did tie it up in their second game, running GY Musk against the Royal Hogs Magic Archer deck of Bag. Waiting to see what the ban is going to be. Oh, Fisherman was the ban for Bag in their game. So Lucdubs banned NATO. We'll see what Anaban bans for this one. Fake RG with the Bravo on his side. Thank you very much. And again, guys, here's the overall look at the groups. I forgot Rigoberto, Roberto, Adalberto. I didn't forget Adalberto. Adalberto is top-tier late-night burrito spot, both in Sacramento and San Diego. No ban from Anaban. So here we go, jumping into game number 3. Anaban choosing not to exercise his option. Tied up 1-1. Fake RG and Dadizio. Thanks for the support, guys. Really do appreciate it. So many burritos to be eaten. Barry Wang, what's the difference in the groups? There's different people in different groups. Group A has 8 people, and then Group B has 8 different people. Group C has 8 different people. It's just how you divide. This is the group stage. There's 8 groups of 8. And the top 4 from each group move on to the next round. Almost a tower trade, not quite. Coming out on top both in Elixir and damage is the Brazilian. What does that mean? Group D also has different people. Yeah. Cody Wang, you're trolling. There are 8 groups of 8 players. They will each play each other in their group. No, the groups, there's no group that's inherently designed to be better than the other, Barry Wang. The groups are all just designed to be groups. The players were mixed up into 8 different groups. And they're meant to be relatively even. Some groups are better than others, but not like on purpose. Just, you know, the way things shook out. But there's 8 relatively even groups. Top 4 from each group will move on to the next stage. But it's just how we could have called them group green, group purple, group red, group yellow, group orange. But A through H is just an easier way of doing it. Very similar to when you watch the World Cup, for example. Muting to prevent this apple. I'll give you 1 apple crunch, guys, and I'm going to mute it. Here we go. All right, mute coming. Bryce, I don't know if the groups were completely randomly drawn or if they were assigned to create parity, like to make them more even. But yeah, I don't have the answer to that question. I can ask. Let me actually ask how are the groups picked. I will ask League Ops right now. I'm asking right now how the groups are picked. Anaban does get that right-hand tower down. Things pretty even as we go into sudden death overtime. 1294 to 1010. RG in the pocket does get pretty powerful here. Do I have a child? Yeah, I have a 2-year-old boy. Mega Knight high for Anaban. Anaban wants to pressure as much as he can here and keep Royal Giants from being viable. If he can make it so that Lucdubs doesn't have a chance to put a Royal Giant down, that's a great way to avoid losing that tower. So I expect to see Anaban continue to pressure pretty heavily here. He might be trying to set up on defense knowing that now's a good chance for Lucdubs to do a Royal Giant, and he does. And goes instead in the pocket. Aggressive play here from Anaban to beat it out, and he does. What timing there from Anaban to read that and put the pressure on. No Lucdubs was going to go for the Royal Giant in the pocket. And the immediate E-Wiz Bandit drop in the pocket to take that win. Sharp play here from the Chivas Esports player. And yes, to answer your question, Animals, I have no interest in playing Clash Royale for 24 hours straight. I don't know if I want to do anything for 24 hours straight. GG, well played. Anaban with a sharp call there at the end. And fake Royal Giant with the winner chicken dinner. So with Irish Door, thanks guys for the support. And here we go. First game on stream today for Vitor out of Portugal. And my button switch over? There we go. My computer's been a little obnoxious this week. Eat burritos 24 hours straight? I don't know. That's a lot of burritos. Hold on, I'm trying to get a clarification on a word here. Cody Wang, will there be a Slaton showdown this Wednesday? There will not, because I am streaming this. This is day 4 of 12 days straight of this event. One second. One second, guys. I'm checking on something. I might want to sleep for 24 hours after these streams are done. Maybe. That's a distinctive possibility. So Vitor, top tier out of Portugal. We were talking a little bit about Portugal yesterday, about how maybe Portugal doesn't get the respect it deserves internationally because the Portuguese players kind of socialize amongst themselves and aren't as mixed in with the rest of the Clash Royale scene. But Vitor is certainly one of those guys who feels like should be getting more looks competitively. And of course, I have heard rumors to that effect. One burrito or 3,000 tacos? Ooh, that's a hard question. No big surprises here. The LaPo's been going with this common mortar deck. I think that the groups were made based on availability to deal with people's schedules. It looks like school schedules, stuff like that. I'm trying to get some information on that one. Ooh, barbacoa. I can mess with some barbacoa. Graveyard going to come in on the right-hand side here. LaPo just goes aggressive opposite lane. Gang Musket on defense. Gang will survive long enough to clean up a lot of that. And that mortar protection on the left is going to be big for LaPoKaTi. Bar Barrel has to come out to defend against it. But LaPo putting a lot of pressure on. What happens if you play Clash in the ocean as animals? I have no idea. Never tried it. Get some rice for your phone afterwards? Who knows? $13.77 left-hand side. LaPoKaTi starting to pull away a bit here with 1:15 left. Vitor is trying to do his best to get value on the Musketeer, and now takes a pretty big lead here in triple. It's going to be hard for Lapo to get much in the way of value on the left-hand side. Mortar not going to connect because the Knight played very nicely as both a tank and a pull here from Vitor. The Portuguese player starting to pull away from LaPoKaTi with the final 35 seconds left, and that's going to be it. And there you go. Poison will come in. Vitor wins game number 1 against LaPoKaTi and continues a very, very good 2020. So again, the groups were picked to follow up on that question, guys. These different groups were picked based on schedules because some players could play different days because of school, work, etc. So that's how we did decide. That's how these groups were decided. They try to keep them pretty balanced, but also take those schedules into that. Barry Wang, after 40 days, you'll put in code RICH. Oh, thank you, Barry. Do appreciate that. Bryce Leach, the first you've seen of this Vitor guy, legit first showing. Well, Vitor, let me give you a little info on his skill level because it's very, very high. 7.8K personal best, currently top 100 on ladder, 76 at the moment. But talking about what he's done in the competitive scene here in 2020, and let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 between Lapo and Vitor. In 2020 alone, so let's not even talk about his 2019, which was very good, winning. We can talk about it for a brief moment, getting second place in WRL with Portugal, first place in the EU region of Clash Contender Series for LA Gaming. But in 2020, first was a big part of the Portuguese, the dark horse pick that I made. I had 2 dark horse picks, Romania and Portugal. And Portugal performed very, very well, making it to the top 8 in the No-Tilt Worlds, part of that being the play of Vitor. And then in the Orange Crown League, playing with the Titans, getting first place in OCL's Season 1 this year. So a big one there, and then, of course, his performance just recently in the No-Tilt World Championship, making it all the way to Stage 3. Getting third place in the western side in Stage 3, meaning he got qualified to Stage 4. Top 8 in the No-Tilt World Championship. OCL is the Orange Crown League out of Spain. Sort of the online version of SLO, if you guys remember Super League Orange. Cody Wang. Romania, let me think about what that Romanian team was, because I remember that Flavius was on it. There were a lot of good players for Romania on that last one. Let me go ahead and take a look at, let me look and bring up what that Romanian No-Tilt Worlds team was. But that lineup was pretty baller. Dystrophy was on that, Flaw was on that, Ice was on it. Lege was on it, I think. Oh, Shadow was on there as well. I think Royal was on that lineup too. Yeah, Royal was on that lineup. Yeah, so that's a pretty nasty. That was a pretty nasty lineup. Ice, Lege, Flaw. Oh, Dystrophy wasn't on it? Really? Huh. But yeah, Flaw's one of those guys who should be in CRL, but is just not into it. doing other stuff. Interesting to see Vitor running Minor Muscaloon. This deck is not super popular right now. And the meta's not great for it. Yeah, Flavius, not Flavi. RG with E-Wiz and Hunter behind. He's going to wait for the Barb Barrel maybe and then he'll Spirit. No need. Lapo getting a lot of damage in the left-hand lane. I'm just, again, kind of surprised by Vitor making this deck choice. Minor, obviously not as strong as it used to be. Still a good tank, but losing a little bit more damage, certainly not good for it. And then overall, you really only have one solid DPS option with the Musketeer. And not much in the way, I guess, the Bomb Tower gives some good defensive splash, but overall, not at its best right now. Michael. Does anyone ever call me Richie? Like, one friend of mine from growing up. Other than that, and he's the only one who gets to, because he's grandfathered in. Everyone else, Rich, or some of my older friends call me Richard. But, yeah, if you're offering me a burrito, you can call me whatever you want, pretty much. Musketeer the ban for Vitor. As we go into our third and final game of this best of three. Which country run no-till? It was China. The finals were China versus South Korea. Space Station Accessories, I did not sponsor this tournament. This is sponsored by Bren Chong as the primary sponsor. Then, of course, a couple other people involved. Royale API, given all the stats support for this one. AMG, a part of this as well. So here we go, game number 3 on its way in a moment. When is Kendaswagger going to play? My guess is at some point. Not exactly sure when. Well, I've switched to sitting, so let me make some adjustments here to my my setup so it's a little bit better frame for the sitting. And here we go. Lapo Vitor, game number 3. Let's do it. Did I drop out of Trovo, Irish? Do all fire talk about Barry? Not gonna follow that one. My favorite kind of burrito, Daniel Mendoza. All pastor breakfast burrito. Posted one on Twitter yesterday. There have been, as I said before, there have been some rumors that Vitor is getting looked at for CRL West. And you understand why after hearing some of the stuff that I've been telling you about. And for those of you who've been saying that just saw a bunch of players from Pain all signed up for other teams, just want to put this one out there. Pain Gaming, a Brazilian organization. What language does Pain, do Brazilians speak? Portuguese. Where's Vitor from? Portugal. Could that be a home for Vitor? I'll have to keep an eye on it. So you see Lapo going much more baity with this mortar deck. Pressuring mortar left-hand side. E-Wiz goes high. So Vitor, again, Vitor likes playing Loon apparently, likes minor Loon overall. Going with a much more current meta version of it with the Giant Skeleton Fisherman variation. That Fisherman will not tank for the balloon. It's going to be hard, I think, for Vitor to break on through. A lot of, you have 3 air targeting cards in the Dark Goblin, the Spear Goblins, and the Goblin Gang, plus the Fireball, plus the Mortar. Am I going to mortar high here? Yep, there we go. Trying to get one shot from the mortar if he can. E-Wiz comes, picks it up instead. You see all the damage he's able to put on the balloon here out of LaPoKaTi, and now pressuring with the skeleton barrel one more time. Vitor wants to stop that balloon from popping before it gets the tower and creates the death damage, and that death damage will stack up over time. Vitor is trying to get a little bit of tankage maybe for this Hunter. Final 2 minutes here, double elixir time, sudden death. Nice timing from the E-Wiz by Vitor, but still taking death damage. Those still stacking up. So, Sam, welcome to the chat over on the Trovo side. I want a low mortar out of Lapo. This is a good miner. This is a very good miner. Will that be enough for a balloon connection? It might. That balloon does get in. Huge connection there for Vitor with 1:15 left. He was high, but the mortar goes opposite direction, and that is massive. That is massive. Does not actually hit, but the fireball mortar combo, GG, well played. Good game from Vitor. Lapo able to pull it out in the end. And there you go, looking at the stats view. Irish Door with the GG, well played. Thank you, Irish. That's a nice GG, well played, man. And yeah, for the fake Lapo crowd, for the whole FLG, who I know going super happy right now over on Trovo. Next up, the hits keep on coming. TNT versus Framsito. Let's keep it flowing. You know, he briefly mentioned TNT's overall Clash Royale history before, but it cannot go unmentioned how good he has been for so long in CRL. Started his career off in 2018 fall season in CRL Asia with OG and Entis, where he played 3 seasons through 2019. And I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again because it's worth mentioning. In his rookie season, TNT did not play a game in CRL for OG and Entis until week 6, but was still able to post the top win rate in CRL Asia in 22 games played. Ended up going 13-4 in games, 6-1 in 1v1 sets, plus a King of the Hill sweep for a 16-6 record in his rookie season. 73% win rate. And that's without playing for the first 6 weeks. Went on to post back-to-back 61% win rates in his next 2 seasons for OG and Entis in CRL Asia, including a CRL Asia Championship in the fall of last year that led them to the World Finals, where, of course, you saw what happened to OG and Entis as they faced up against Team Liquid with their own rookie and Igor that time around. And then now, of course, with Tribe Gaming, barely saw him play this season for Tribe with a shortened season and the ridiculous run of 2v2 and 1v1 put on by Azealia and Buff, followed by Jupiter King. But TNT, phenomenal, long-time, high-level talent in Clash Royale. Graveyard in from the South Korean on the left-hand side. Lots of defensive options here. Fireball, of course, not the ideal spell, but as long as he can get some good early value out of Skeleton Dragons, should be pretty good for Framsito defensively. Yeah, it's almost 6 a.m. in South Korea, so a little rough there for TNT, who's been up all night. And again, thanks to Dadizio and Irish Door and Fake Royal Giant. Fake RG, Dadizio, the whole sub gang over on Trovo. You guys are really making the day work out great. Arafat Nabi. John Cena would be Royal Ghost because you can't see him. I do like that. Prize pool for this is $6,000. Thanks, Sandy, for letting the chat know about that one. Did I mix up a Royal or a Royale? I don't think I did. Maybe the chat did, who knows? RG pushing in for Framsito, and hard to stop that one. We'll see if TNT goes high bomb tower if there's a big push behind the next Royal Giant. Graveyard in. Baby Dragon not going to tank for this one because the Barbarian pulls the first few Princess shots. Triple Elixir, this is when this Graveyard deck can win it. If it's going to. Getting the Triple Elixir, of course, super valuable. Can he stop this Royal Giant? Barb Hut, the bomb tower down. Fireball in. Does not hit the bomb tower. Royal Giant does get its shot in, though. This is the only opportunity. Framsito, though, is going to be able to outcycle. And you see TNT giving the I lost Graveyard in the top right-hand corner. GG, well played. Framsito takes game number 1. On Hottie, good to see you over in the Trovo chat as well. Guys, I am streaming both on YouTube and Trovo. Sandy is not Mrs. Slaton. Mrs. Slaton is much too busy to be doing both what she's doing and what Sandy's doing, because Sandy is killing it here on the modding. Double modding. And yeah, guys, if you are interested in joining the Rich Slaton clan for the Creator Tournament in Clan Wars 2, the name of that clan is over in the Trovo chat. So Trovo family gets access to the Rich Slaton clan for the Creator Tournament. So I won't be putting that. I won't be putting that in the. And Sandy's in a different country. Yeah, that also helps. But yeah, if you are interested in joining the Rich Slaton clan for the Clan Wars 2.0, the info's over on Trovo. Aggressive fireball onto the Musketeer from Framsito. Dark Goblin kills the Musketeer. Hog triple spell for TNT. I think I like this matchup for TNT with the ability to control the Heal Spirit and the Dark Goblin. We'll see if Framsito can spread out those small spells and their focus. Bryce Leach, been considering switching your clans to be the leader of your clan? Well, you don't have to carry that burden, sir. When is the Creator Tournament? It's happening. It's already started. It started right now. Musketeer cycles to the right-hand side. Again, TNT can get some good value against the Barb Hut and then just set up on defense for the rest of it. The recruits could be annoying here as time goes on. But so far, TNT with a good advantage during single, and that's what you need in this matchup. You're gonna want to save that log if you can. And that's a good time to use the Barb Hut high. Talking about when to Barb Hut high, that's a good one. All of that at the bridge to get taken out. Smart high Barb Hut from the South Korean player. Framsito having a lot of trouble here. Does have the game advantage, but has had no ability to break through here in game number 2. Three split this time for Framsito, maybe trying to create some dual lane pressure and put something into the opposite side. Kind of been stuck in a bad rhythm here, trying to go straight into the same direction as TNT, and it has not been working out for him. Log rips off a bunch of shields. And again, the defense just so strong in this deck. This is a Hog Cycle deck, but it's a very defensive Hog Cycle deck. Itzik, shalom, ma shalomcha. Hog down. Ram Rider gonna try to stop it here. And a GG called here by Framsito, knowing there was just no real way to break through here. This is such a good defensive deck. This doesn't even need one more EQ. Thank you very much for all the Israeli fans. Do appreciate you guys. And there you go, all tied up after 2. And you can see this matchup data. Small sample size, but even when you go down to the 7 of 8 matchup, meaning that the matchup is not the precise matchup, one card is off, still pretty heavy sample size towards TNT. Bans are Royal Giant and Snowball now. Framsito banning Snowball into this next one. So we will get to our next game between TNT and Framsito, game 3 in just one moment. Again, here's a look at the groups overall. Today we are on Group D. Group E tomorrow, and we'll be doing that all the way through the 4th, and then on September 5th starts the round of 32, the double elimination bracket with the top 4 from each group. Here we go, game number 3. TNT and Framsito all tied up. If you are watching on YouTube, guys, have not yet subscribed, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. We've started our push to 15K now. I think we're at, I don't know the exact number of subscribers, but I think we're like 10,300 something. Maybe almost 10,400. And you can come here for all this great Clash Royale competitive content, including the remainder of this tournament. We're only on day 4 of 12, 8 more days after this one. So don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell for notifications, like the video, all that fun stuff. Split pigs, 2 and 2. Judge Gorilla says, I'm going to go as Rich Slaton for Halloween this year. You know what, Judge? If you do figure out how to make the Rich Slaton costume, please send me a picture. Yes, Andy is not Mrs. Slaton. Mrs. Slaton lives here in Los Angeles with me. Sandy is just a really excellent mom who's super supportive and very cool. So how about we just stop giving Sandy such a hard time, huh, folks? Thanks. Appreciate it. Guys, if this goes for anybody. If you dress as Rich Slaton for Halloween, which, again, I don't know how you plan on doing that, but cool, send me a picture. I'll retweet it. Tag me. Canadian 3000. Where's Dip? My guess is somewhere in the New York area. So looking like it might be a straight mirror here. We have not, of course, seen the last 2 cards from TNT, but probably Fireball on top of that. Currently better dual lane pressure from the Argentinian. that Mega Knight switch nearly creates a problem, but the Mega Knight does escape on TNT's right-hand tower. That is going to be huge. Huge in this one. Mega Knight, though, no, not in cycle for Framsito to play defense, neither for TNT. Of course, they do both have Fireballs, that second option against the Pigs. Mega Knight to the right-hand side for TNT, trying to fight his way through. And now strong pressure, not much elixir. Fireball not available here for Framsito. Lots of damage on the left-hand side. TNT might be taking the lead here, and he does. 10:34 to 10:56 with 90 seconds left. Framsito slightly ahead in terms of dual lane pressure, but the single target, the single tower damage lead right now for TNT. This is a big one for TNT because does not want to fall down to another loss at this stage in the tournament. Of course, same thing for Framsito as well. Fireball going to get on the Musketeer left-hand side. Things starting to swing a bit towards TNT. Will he get to a Musketeer to his Mega Knight in time? And he does. But the Heal Spirit comes in. That's a huge Heal Spirit for the Argentinian on the right-hand side, who takes the lead back. 6:43 on the right-hand lane. Mega Knight healthy, going towards the right now for TNT, who throws the Fisherman behind to pull things in if he can. Those Pigs are escaping now. A second Mega Knight, double Mega Knights on the right-hand side, but Muskie Pigs on the left-hand side for Framsito. 9:17 top right-hand tower. That Musketeer going crazy in the bottom left. 364. Piggy's in now for TNT on the left-hand side. Fireball in defense, but a Fireball offensively trying to make enough room. Right-hand side, 518, 385, and though my word, 21 HP difference. Framsito takes the win. What a fun one. What a finish, what a finish. Framsito with a big win over TNT. And GG, well played. Here's the overall standings so far. LaPoKaTi currently 3-0. I know my Trovo fam pretty excited about that one. Anaban 2-0. Broken and Framsito ran that at the top four for the moment. TNT now falls to 0-2 along with Vitor. So tough starts for both of those players at this stage. Coming up next, we just finished TNT Framsito. Need to see what our next game is going to be. Give me 1 second, folks. And it's, no updates yet. So I'll tell you as soon as I know what our next one's going to be on stream. We'll go with that one. What's my favorite Clash plushie? I don't know. Baby Dragon and the Log are both pretty cool. Kind of hard to choose between those two. Definitely got to choose between those two. We are currently in Group D. You can see the overall list here, and here's the list of our groups A through H, all 8 groups. My favorite Clash plushie? I don't know. That's an interesting question there. It's a hard one for me to answer, I have to admit. I'm still waiting on our next game to start up. It's going to be Anaban versus Framsito. Be back with that one in a minute. Of course, Anaban and Framsito currently both in the top 4. A win for Anaban would make it very hard for him to fall all the way out of the top 4. 3-0 would be a great start. Of course, Framsito on the bubble right now, along with a number of other players. TNT and Vitor, though, both 0-2 at the moment. So a tough start for those two. They, looks like four wins. Does feel like it's the minimum, so you definitely don't want to lose your next one for either one of those two. We're going to get Anaban and Framsito going here in just a moment. Any opinion on the new update? I haven't had a chance to play it very much yet, but it looks cool so far. I do like the best of three option. That one looks very cool. I'm pretty pumped about it. Michael Marquardt saying Anaban is the trickiest Clash Pro. Maybe. Dang, no Aussies in this. I guess I would go with the British. Yeah, unfortunately. Nobody from down under here in this one. Is Bag playing again? Yes. Every player is playing 7 matches today, guys. All 8 of these players are playing 7 matches. It's a full-on round robin for all of these players. So every player plays every other player. So you will see Anaban against TMT, Framsito, LaPoKaTi, Bag, Vitor, Lucdubs, and Kendaswagger. Same thing for every other player. So you will see more Bag today, don't you worry. I think that his matches are being pushed back a little bit because of a class that he has. So he played a couple matches, taking some time off for his class, coming back for a few more matches later. So there you go. So we're waiting on getting our next match going. Trying to coordinate all these things can be challenging. So let's look at the countries so far. Belarus right now with a 75% win rate, courtesy of their one and only player, LaPoKaTi. Spain performing pretty well overall in the tournament at 63%. Bolivia, which I'm trying to think of who all the Bolivian players are. Do we only have one Bolivian player, or do we have more than one Bolivian player? I know Mao is out of Bolivia. He might be the only one. Yeah, well, Mao did qualify, so that would explain a big part of why Bolivia is doing so well overall. Use code RICH in Rush Wars. That's, there you go. I enjoy that. Let's give you a little apple sound here. Get ready for this? A good apple crunch. That was just for you guys, Trovo, who are always requesting the ASMRs. So it looks like TNT and Framsito, or TNT and Vitor is going to be the other one, but unfortunately, looks like TNT's not on at the moment, so we're trying to sort it out. It's supposed to be Anaban Framsito. Anaban wasn't there. It's supposed to be TNT Vitor. TNT's not here. We're sorting this one out. Yeah, little rich ASMR. It gets requested all the time, and it happens rarely. That was one of them. That was one of them. Oh, you can see in clan settings who's online now. Ooh, that's nice. That's a cool thing. That's a good change. Very convenient. Give you the apple. Nah, that's my apple, bro. Let's see. Is Trovo still in beta? I'm actually not sure if Trovo's still in beta. I don't know anymore. I'm just still doing the Trovo thing. Guys, I'm going to take a 90-second break and show you guys, for those of you who have have questions about how this overall operation is running, go ahead and watch this quick video. We'll be back in about 90 seconds.
Nearly a year after Pedro was crowned champion, the Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages, 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there, we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th, and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it.
Don't you miss a moment. I don't know why that picture keeps popping up there. I gotta figure that out. Had a transfer from that earlier. My announcer voice is cracking you up. Well, sometimes, guys, I have to put the full-on announcer voice on for different events. Here, for this event, I don't put it on as much because you know what we're doing? Kind of a chill, like, Clash Royale hangout type thing. But when I do the big official stuff, I throw on the real voice that the people pay me the big money for. That's what it is. I'm Rich Slaton, this is Clash Royale, and you are a human being. Congratulations. Looks like our next match is going to be LaPoKaTi against Lucdubs because people are not actually here. Let's see. Is that Rich? That is Eric. No, that is my voice for sure. That is me doing the voiceover there. In a world, right? You wanted to do the in a world? Yeah. I was gonna. Okay, hold on. In a world where the heel spirit is absolutely dominant and the musketeer runs rampant all over the globe, there's only one hero that we can rely on to shut down this meta, and that is the Ice Golem. There you go. Ken, haven't been called to play yet? We'll see you. Let's go ahead and jump into Lapo and Lucdubs. Irish Door with the cash. Bang! Thank you very much, Irish Door. Top tier. In a world where I sound like the best hype man. Hog triple spell for LaPoKaTi against RG Fishboy for Lucdubs. Irish Door, that's a fire cash bang, by the way. Do appreciate it. Cash bang is so cool looking. Like the gun with Rich on it and all that stuff. Does that gun say different things on it when you have like the cash bang gun for different creators, or does it always say Rich? No, it's the Ice Golem. Who won between Lapo and Vitor? I don't know if that one actually happened. I think that one got postponed. Let me tell you. Well, I mean, Lapo has won all 3 of his matches so far. He beat Framsito, he beat Vitor, and he beat Bag. So Lapo's 3-0 against those players, Framsito, Vitor, and Bag at this stage. Fake RG coming in with a cash bang and a shiny unicorn. Thank you, Fake RG. Guys, Trovo fam is fam for real. Mustafa Kanan asking, do you think Heal Spirit needs a nerf? Yeah, a little bit. I'm excited for Clan Wars 2, guys. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I think that it's pretty clear Heal Spirit needs a fairly solid nerf of some sort because it's dominating the meta. Dominating in a way that is kind of crazy. Easy King Tower activation here for Lucdubs. Kind of a crazy level of domination out of the Heal Spirit. Nearly every viable deck in the meta runs Heal Spirit. Competitively speaking. Thanos, we're in the top 4 right now. I will show you after this full best of 3 match is over. We'll look at the standings one more time. Lucdubs currently trying to make his way into the top 4. LaPoKaTi undefeated 3-0 in matches. As you can see, 6-2 in games. Fireball in on the right-hand side. Musketeer takes a shot, stays alive. Heal Spirit working on the Fish Boy. Keeping him alive a little bit longer, and this is pretty heavy aggression. Interesting seeing bats in this deck from Lucdubs. You don't see a whole lot of bats these days competitively. Maybe he goes hog into the left-hand lane just for pressure here. We'll see if that's a choice Lapo decides to go with. Nope, instead going to just EQ, try to stay damaging on the right-hand side. Final 90 seconds left. And this hog does get one big shot Snowball will clean up most of that. Heal Spirit, though, still alive. Bomb Tower takes care of the Heal Spirit, and that's actually huge for LaPoKaTi, who now gets very close to able to spell cycle this one out. I don't think he will, though. I think he'll just keep on pressuring with Hogs to force responses rather than putting spells down. Needs to figure out how to make sure that Heal Spirit does not do what it just did as much as possible. This Hog down one more time, just trying to force out a little bit more here. Good pre-EQ there to try to get rid of Skeletons, which were the most likely ground response out of Lucdubs. Fireball does not make enough room for the RG, and the Bomb Tower allows just a connection, but no actual slap there from the Fish Boy. 614 right-hand side. EQ now does get the Skeletons out of the way. Hog Rider does not connect, but that right-hand tower down at 170 is trouble now for Lucdubs. LaPoKaTi going to go ahead and EQ, finish this off, and take game number 1 against the Brazilian. So Lapo doing a lot for the FLG over on the Trovo chat. And that is not the current up-to-date stat information. There we go. Matchup data has us pretty even all the way around. You didn't miss Lapo, original fake LaPoKaTi. We're about to go into game number 2 of Lapo versus Lucdubs. He's currently 3-0 so far in matches. Yeah, interesting version of RG Fisherman Hunter, 2.9 elixir cycle, and that's the bats that are making that so cheap. Not sure I like the bats in this one. They don't really, here's the thing about the bats in this one, right, is the bats don't compete for a target from a spell, right? So you have bats in here, but what that means is that Zap or Snowball, you feel pretty comfortable using them against the bats. You're not really concerned about using them against the Skeletons that much. Lucdubs banning Fireball after that first loss. What do I think of the 3 worst cards in the game? Mirror. 100% is probably the worst card in the game. Mirror is mostly useless. After that, I have to think about that. Mirror, E-Barb's Wizard maybe are the 3 worst cards in the game. So here we go. Lapo Lucdubs, game number 2 coming up. Ban will be Fireball by the Brazilian. LaPoKaTi up 1 in this matchup. And Anaban has arrived, so we'll see if we get Anaban's matchup coming here next. And waiting on Lucdubs to accept his match. And you can see Anaban Framsito was supposed to be happening beforehand. We should be getting to that in a moment. And here we go. LaPoKaTi Lucdubs, game number 2. Earthquake, I think, is doing okay right now. People talking about the Earthquake in the YouTube chat. I think Earthquake needs to be in decks that go a little bit faster to be valuable. It's sort of always been that way. We'll see if there's any more changes in the future. Yeah, Mr. Slaton did get a fresh haircut, courtesy of Mrs. Slaton, and me finally getting my hair clippers in the mail. Lapo 7-2 in games, as Eric Val's pointing out. Yep. He's been great today, and of course LaPoKaTi came very close in the No Tilt World Championship. Star Wars kept a Space Station Gaming player from, kept 2 Space Station Gaming players from moving on, taking out LaPoKaTi and RF back-to-back in BO5, so take that stage 3 spot away from those two. GY into the right-hand side. Skeleton Dragons in front of the Musketeer. The Knight will take care of business, though. And that whole push going to die on the Vine. And now Lucdubs low on Elixir and cannot reply to the Musketeer on the left-hand side. LaPoKaTi calling good game already. Defended that very easily. And now with a huge advantage. And GY versus GY getting a big advantage like that one, unless you make a big mistake and give up a huge graveyard push, you should be in good shape. Graveyard into the left-hand side here by LaPoKaTi. Poison to get the Musketeer off. And Lapo now just starting to pour it on here against Lucdubs. And now it's Lucdubs forced to switch lanes, which, you know, Graveyard's fine switching lanes in general, but against another Graveyard doesn't really usually accomplish all that much unless you're taking advantage of an opening. But no real opening here, and now Lapo content to set up with the Barb Hut into that same lane. Going to be dictating where the action takes place against Lucdubs. And a straight GY poison push. The Skeletons run right into it. And that's so much difficulty for Lucdubs. Second Barb Hut down now. And unless LaPoKaTi slips, misclicks, falls asleep, loses electricity. Is Rich throwing Lamufa? Maybe. But Lapo should have this one finished up here in just a moment. There you go. Tower down, GG, well played. LaPoKaTi, undefeated in matches, 8-2 in games. An Irish Door with the GG well played, celebrating LaPoKaTi's victory over on the Trovo chat, which, like I said before, they always love a LaPoKaTi win over on my Trovo channel. So after Kendaswagger being in the YouTube chat talking about, hey, they haven't asked me to do my match yet, and now they're asking for, it's supposed to be Kenda versus Vitor in a moment, but Kenda taking his sweet time. What's my favorite win condition right now? I mean, Balloon's my general favorite win condition. I think Balloon's so fun. It's generally pretty cool. I'm not playing Balloon on ladder right now. I'm playing Hog Triple Spell on ladder. And here we go. Anaban Framsito coming up next. And guys, I was going to show you guys the rankings. I'll do that in between this game and game 2 for Anaban and Framsito. I forgot to do it beforehand. But yeah, Balloon's my favorite win condition. But I don't have a Balloon deck that I think is super... I mean, I guess I'm so low on ladder, like, you know, in the high 5Ks, low 6Ks, that I can really play any Balloon deck and not worry about the overall meta. But we'll see. Maybe I'll switch to Balloon for the end. Irish Door up in the FLG. I should have named the official Clan Wars 2 clan Fake Lapo game. That would have been more fun. But Fat Fingers will stick around. Anaban going Pekaloon Freeze. Anaban going full Anaban here against Framsito. Not going to get connection, and that's that freeze was a little bit... You saw he was thinking about it. Not quite the elixir to get it down on time. Bit of a wasted freeze there from Anaban. What about LaPoKaTi? Is he in the chat or something? Oh, I've seen 3 people write LaPoKaTi. Element asking, what do you think the next thing SE will put in a barrel? That's a very good question. The next thing, we have Goblin Barrel, we have Barbarian Barrel, we have Skeleton Barrel. What's the next thing that SC puts in a barrel? Lava Barrel's a fun idea. That's hilarious. LaPoKaTi's host. There's no hosting on YouTube, is there? Is that a thing? Can you host on YouTube? Sandy, I'm not sure there's a troll here. I think people are saying that LaPoKaTi gave some love to our YouTube stream. Not entirely sure what's going on there. Dragon Barrel. A giant tombstone. A giant tombstone. It's 10 elixir, but over the course of its lifetime, it spawns 2 giant skeletons really slowly. Host on YouTube LaPoKaTi. So LaPoKaTi is hosting this stream? Is that what's happening? Ian Albert said, I always thought the bar barrel should have an elite barb in it because it's angry. Oh, that's interesting. But how do you get the elite barb into a barrel in the first place? Oh, here we go. Raged up balloon. Not going to connect, but gets death damage on tower. Final 75 seconds. Royal Delivery is kind of a barrel. Interesting. And defensive freeze out of Anaban. Yeah, Sandy, I'm just not sure what's happening on that side, but I think that it was just LaPoKaTi giving some love to the stream. Not entirely sure. Does that mean that the French stream is over? Pressure from Anaban relentless here today. Final 30 seconds. No defensive freeze for this one. Gonna have to NATO all this back. And does Anaban get to a second freeze here? There he goes. Freeze high. Piggy's in one more time. A lot of pressure from Framsito on the right-hand side. And P.E.K.K.A goes down. Fireball in. Defensive freeze. Oh my word, that was so close. Anaban able to survive it. GG, well played. Game number 1 goes to the player out of Mexico. A Bats Barrel. What would a Bats Barrel be? Here we go. Take a look at the stats view. Maybe a larger sample size than you would think. Vitor and Kendaswagger now playing off-stream, guys. Game number 1 did go to Vitor. Kendaswagger running Goblin Giant Sparky Rage. And again, here's a look overall at the standings as they are at the moment. LaPoKaTi, 4-0. Hey, Groundhog with a big sub over on Trovo. Thanks, Groundhog. Do appreciate it. Hope your truck's doing well. Hope your family's doing well. And always appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much. That's super cool. Trovo fam in the building. Yeah, and if you're a sub on Trovo, so DM me for friend link. There you go. Standings over here. No, over here. There we go. Anaban currently 2-0, 1 win away from going 3-0 potentially. Broken, a.k.a. Kendaswagger, currently down 1 game against Vitor. We'll see how that one goes. Let's jump into our next game, Game 2 of Anaban Framsito. Huge sub hype, and look at that, fake RG with a GG well played. Man, Trovo is fire. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. A lot of Anaban fans in the chat right now on YouTube. So Anaban looking like Lumber or Lava Loon Miner. And smart Loon there out of Anaban. Might as well set up for some defense. Might even Miner right to this Musketeer here. Decides not to. Oh, Miner and Zap here, right? But Zap's not in cycle. So Anaban may be a little indecisive in that exchange. Maybe he was thinking, do I go for this? Do I not go for this? I don't have Zap in hand, etc., etc. And now Framsito just getting aggro. It seems like some interesting indecision in both directions right now in this game, right? Anaban didn't quite know if he wanted to go ahead and support that balloon. Did, and did it a little bit too late. Framsito goes to the graveyard and then doesn't really support the graveyard either. So both players maybe not liking their cycle here in the first run of cards, but we'll see if anyone doesn't get it where they want it. And there you go. That's a nice sequence out of Anaban. Pretty much picture-perfect play. Pretty much exactly how you want to do that entire sequence. Inferno Dragon got on the bomb tower. Miner comes behind, gets the Musketeer out, zaps the Muskie off. GG well played. So it felt like Anaban just didn't have the cycle down the way he wanted it in the first sequence. Was able to defend well enough, and Framsito might have known that it was a bad matchup and decided to go aggressive early on, hoping he could steal it. Not going to happen. So now Framsito doing his best to break the well played button. And there you go. Hey, Mikey, thank you very much for the easy. And Framsito giving it up. Anaban now going to stay undefeated 3-0 so far in the competition in matches. Now you'll look at this matchup data. Oh boy. Oh, to the boy. Yeah, that's pretty aggressive over there. Vitor, 2-0 win over Kendaswagger. So Kenda is out. Or not out, but Kenda lost, I mean. Kenda's 2-2 at this stage. Michael, that was over. I mean, look at the game was over. The matchup was over. It was pretty done. Mike 45, you are the best player in the world. We all know that. You want a rework of Minion Horde, Witch, and E-Barbs? I mean, a rework, maybe. They already reworked E-Barbs once, and it didn't turn into anything. All right, next up on stream is going to be, I think, Anaban Vitor. Ooh. Anaban 3-0, Vitor in a swing match right now at 2-2. So Anaban undefeated. We'll see if he can keep that going. He and LaPoKaTi both making a run. Now, the more that Lapo and Anaban win, the more likely it makes it that a 3 and 4 player could make it into the top 4. If both of those players can go real big on the wins, put up 5-2s, even 6 and 1, that sort of thing, the more difficult it's going to be for any other player to be able to catch, or the more open it will be for a player to get in at 3 and 4. What happened to Surgical Goblin? He'll be in Group H. You can see Group H: Soaking, Surgical Goblin, Morton, Codigo, Lindsay, Flash, Wallace, and Nikoko. Right now, though, it's Anaban and Vitor. Yeah, Framsito been on the losing end in some pretty bad matchups today. That's pretty true. Nicholas doing well. Thanks for asking. Solo win today, so it's all my voice. Yeah, that's actually a good difference in terms of donations and stuff like that. Ash, 100% of the money goes back into the game. Rich, burritos. Well, here, guys, here's my promise I always say. All your donations and subs go to burritos. I put my own money into the game. So you can rest assured that when you donate money, your money will go to burritos. And that I'll not spend your money on the game and on making prize pools and things like that. I'll spend my own money on that. That's my promise to you. Alejandro. What happened to the player Nova Bochum? I don't know. What do I think about future balance changes? I think that, you know, I have my balance philosophy is that the game should never be perfectly balanced. The game was perfectly balanced for about 3 months last year, and everybody hated it. Everybody hated it. For the first 2 weeks, everyone's like, oh my god, the game's perfectly balanced, this is awesome. And then everyone was like, wait, the game's way too random like this. So I think that there's a balance philosophy that a balance should disrupt the game rather than balance the game, right? It should make the game shift and be new and fresh. So that's my thought, and this meta has been very different than the last one. I think the next one will be a little bit, should be more different as well. If you have a fully balanced meta for too long, it gets real boring. Nice defensive freeze here. Anaban going with such a weird deck. Basically going with E-Golem, but with Balloon instead. Arafat, it was like in the spring of last year. The game was like tremendously balanced going into the spring season of CRL. Decks were completely unpredictable because basically everything was viable and the game was almost entirely balanced. It was for like 3 months long, starting in the spring, going into the first part of CRL. OG Fake Lapo saying, I agree, but I think Ellen direction of shifts is anti-cycle decks. I don't know, it seems like Cycle's pretty strong right now. And it's been playing this on ladder. Interesting. I don't really follow ladder that carefully. Vitor obviously not following that carefully either. Some really rough matchups. Rough matchup for him here. I disagree, Fake Lapo, that RG Cycle's only placed there. RG Cycle, Hog Triple Spell, Double Bait, Mortar Skeleton Barrel. Like, I would say that in general, the competitive meta is very cycle-friendly right now. Cycle heavy. What are the heavy decks that are popular in competitive gameplay right now, or in top ladder gameplay? Not really many of them. Not a lot that I can think of. Thanks for the bravo there, Fake RG. Do appreciate it. So a different Loon Freeze look here from Anaban. Framsito and Kendaswagger playing off stream right now. I'll keep you updated on that one. Vitor banning NATO, so a smart ban overall against Anaban. OG Lapo, what do you think is uncycle friendly about this deck? It's definitely not beatdown friendly. Lava is not that popular. Graveyard has diminished in popularity compared to the previous meta. Golem is certainly not popular. It might be popular mid-ladder, but it's not popular competitively or top ladder. Pompeo Mega X, And I'll show you, Pompeo played on Group A. He did qualify, so he will be in the round of 32 in that bracket stage. In open tournaments, open hour-long tournaments, Eagle and Battle Healer and Goblin Giant Sparky are popular, but they're not popular competitively. They're not popular at top ladder. The graveyard decks that are popular are moving more towards faster cycle graveyard decks than they are towards heavier, slower graveyard decks. Last meta was the Barb Hut meta. That was super annoying. I take this. I think this is more cycle friendly than that one was for sure. Some games are off stream just so we're not here for 6 hours, guys. Barb Hut's popular on ladder. Is it popular top 200 ladder or popular on lower ladder? And an aggressive early cycle here from Anaban. Really aggressive, and you can see a little pressure there from Vitor. Not getting much value out of it. Was just cycling that maybe to get to his Barb Hut, it seems. Oh, OG Fake Lava, you just missed Skelly's Bats. Well, Minor Wall Breakers is still popular. Bats were overpowered and they needed a nerf. Bats were everywhere. So the nerf to Bats didn't break them and make them unusable. It made them far less ubiquitous. Bats were all over the place. Minor Wall Breakers still does get played. Skellies are in a bunch of decks anyway. Case in point here. Bats are simply less popular. I'm wondering today if Anaban does have some sort of analyst working with him today. He's had a good day of matchups so far in this one. Feeling similar. No big spell is a little bit annoying, but no Musketeer in Vitor's deck makes the no big spell less of an issue. And still firmly in the lead. And that's going to be nice for him. He's happy to take one shot and just spend the 1 Elixir Skellies on that Dark Goblin. And now just defending and cycling spells best he can. And watch this. Vitor's being smart here. He's waiting for those recruits to come out and getting the shields off the recruits. Very smart play here from Anaban. Saving the EQ until the recruits got cycled, knowing they would. He would at least get 3, and in this case 4 recruits with their shields off from the Earthquake. On top of the damage against the Barb Hut. Firmly in control right now is Anaban. And 302 on the right-hand side. And Anaban now in spell cycle range. He's going to EQ, going to log, going to get a snowball down. GG, well played. Anaban also now continues to be undefeated in matches, 4-0 on the day. Fully in control the whole way through. And you'll see the matchup data here is pretty good. Okay sample size, and you take, if you add in the 7 of 8 matchup sample, pretty solid there as well. So GG, well played, Anaban. Going to continue his undefeated run so far. Framsito and Kendaswagger still in their match. More on that in a moment. And there you go. Framsito 2-0's Kendaswagger. So let's go ahead and take a look overall at the standings here for a moment. That does move Kendaswagger down, I believe, to 2-2. I think Kenda was 2-1. I don't know if that's fully updated yet. But as you can see, both Anaban and LaPoKaTi at 4-0. We will have an undefeated matchup here at some point between those two. Hey, XS Butter with the big sub. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate that. Dude, guys, you guys on Trovo have been so fire today. Fake Royal Giant, hey, good night. Thanks for all your support and love as always, dude. Definitely, you're a big part of keeping the stream and keeping all these fun things, and I have more fun stuff planned. Like I said, I promise. Your subs, your donos will never go to the stream. They'll go to burritos. I'll spend my own money on the streams, on the prize pools and things like that. And I got some cool stuff planned. So thank you. You free up my money that I would have spent on burritos to be used on the stream. Pretty cool. Let's see. It's going to be game number 3. Let me see if this is the game that we're going into. Framsito. Oh no, we're going to. Wow, what game are we coming up with next? Give me 1 second, guys, to see what game is next for stream. 1 second. Ooh, here we go. The undefeated matchup coming up next. Framsito and Kendaswagger playing another game here. I thought that Framsito was up 2-0 in that one, so I don't know what happened there. A little confused on that one. Oh, no, it's 1-1. So, never mind. So, Framsito and Kendaswagger 1-1. But coming up right now, guys, I am super, super, super happy about it. Let's go ahead and get ready here for Anaban versus LaPoKaTi, undefeated 4-0 against 4-0. Do I have the standings for the previous days? Guys, go to Appgrade, and you get the standings for the previous days. Appgrade, the middle sponsor down below, AppGrade. Appgrade will give you all the results and standings for every single matchup, every single group, and I will, of course, show who's gone through later today, but, yeah, that's the story. Here we go. Anaban and LaPoKaTi on their way in just a moment. Just a quick touch-up here. Group A, the qualifiers are Pompeo, Sergio Ramos, Azilis, and Lich Penakil. In Group B, Ruben, the God RF, Dark Angel, and Mao all qualified. In Group C, it was Jupiter King, X Pedro, let's see, Jupiter King, X Pedro, Chris Lian, and was it Darklight or Schwarzen as the I think it was Schwarzen as the last qualifier. And now LaPoKaTi has a bit of a lag here, so waiting for 1 second to get his decks all ready. I think it was Schwarzen who made it in. Yeah, guys who want, hey, guys on the YouTube chat, I love your support. Happy to have the help. Let's see. XS Butter, you got XS. Oh, I see what you did there, XS Butter. You got timed out for the Framsito inspired well played montage. What's a well played montage? Oh, did you spam? Is that what happened? I don't know which one you are. I don't know who you are over on the... Oh, there you are. Oh, you just spammed well played? Yeah, you got timed out for spamming, dude. Thank you very much for the sub over on Trovo. But you spammed. I do see what you're doing there. Let's go ahead and jump into... Yeah, it was Jupiter, Schwarzen, Bale, and Chris Lian. That's who it was in the over on that side. It was Bale, not Pedro. That's right. Trovo or YouTube? What's your opinion is better? Well, I love you guys watching on YouTube, and go ahead and throw a sub to get all the YouTube content. There's both video content and, for this event, streaming content. But watching on Trovo is a great way to support me directly. So do appreciate it if you do want to go jump over on Trovo. Slow choices here by Lapo. Maybe wondering if that was just a little bit of lag there or what was going on. I know that Woody has his very strong opinions over on the YouTube chat because of countries, I think is what YouTube, Woody's big thing is. Hate to break it to you, buddy, but a lot of things are that same way. 909 left-hand side. Anaban way out in the lead here, running Lava Loon Miner. And this is, I think, the first time seeing Miner wall breakers today. And both of those will connect on the right-hand side. Framsito has deeply inspired me, says XS Butter. Well, I do certainly appreciate your support here on Trovo, bud. And also, if Sandy's giving you a 300-second timeout for spamming, I can't argue against it. But I'm glad that you were inspired. .501 on the right-hand side, 909 left-hand side. Lapo in a whole lot of trouble here. And trying to set the line high with the Valk against the barbs. Nadoing all that back in. Interesting here. Trying to just push right on through, and a nice set of arrows out of Anaban to ruin all that up high. Miner will go right to the Ice Wiz, and even with these Goblins trying to catch it, pretty solid win here for Anaban. Not much that Lapo could do there. He's trying to get wall breakers in. Arrows should stop those. No, arrows don't do it. Tower's going to fall on the right-hand side. We're going to go to sudden death here. Is there anything Lapo can do to defend? Bomb tower down. Miner goes into the Ice Wiz. Goblins with the protection this time. Arrows making room for the balloon. Maybe he nados the balloon back, and he does. But the pop of the Lava Hound pushes the balloon right back towards the tower, and it connects. My word, that balloon, that Lava Hound popped and said, "Balloon, get over there." Making it interesting at the end is LaPoKaTi, but not much he could do there at the end. And yeah, pretty big sample size here on the matchup. 75-25 for Anaban. OG LaPoKaTi predicting Ice Bow next. We'll see what happens. I don't know who's doing Anaban's analysis, but certainly deserves a bonus in this one. The ban for Lapo is Tornado, and I do like that ban against Anaban. We saw it earlier. Anaban's nasty with Nado. Getting rid of Tornado does take away some of his decks. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. And Jesus Olivo, thank you very much for your support. Just saw you jumping in on some of the other stuff there. And yeah, lots of Clash Royale competitive content here and beyond. And this is funny, Anaban going with the Border Skeleton Barrel deck. Lapo going with the Ewiz variation of this RG deck, which does give him some good options. Now has multiple ways to stop that Skeleton Barrel connecting between the Hunter to stop it connecting at all, and then to clean things up with the Log, Ewiz, and Heal Spirit. So we should not really see much skeleton damage on that tower unless Lapo overextends and is out of Elixir. Of course, Anaban does cycle a little bit faster, I think, with this heavier version of this RG cycle deck. And then he should be able to control the mortars here, so we'll see. How are the players chosen for this tournament? Pesman asks. Well, for this event, 12 of the players were chosen from open qualifiers, where there were 12 in-game tournaments over 3 days. 1,000-player in-game tournament, top 16 made a bracket, and then the winner would qualify for the event. So that's how 12 of the players were chosen. The rest of them were invited pros. Big names from Ladder and CRL who were invited by the organizers. So far, Lapo doing a good job of controlling this bridge fight entirely. Anaban does slightly take the lead there on the right-hand side. Mortar down. Ewiz should be an RG behind, in front of, to the side of the Ewiz here, I think. There we go. RG does pick up the mortar and put some more damage on. What's Lapo going to do about this Musketeer from Anaban? Trying to create some separation with the Fish Boy. Heal Spirit behind. Does keep the Fisherman alive a little bit longer, and a nice log here from LaPoKaTi. This has been a bridge battle. Let's put it that way. A bridge battle between these two. This time, Mortar to pull. Fireball in to create some room against the Mortar. Heal Spirit will pop off. And now RG is going to connect on the right-hand side finally for the Belarusians. He takes the lead 20-36 to 22-66 in the final 10 seconds of regulation time. As you see, Skeleton Barrel going to typically pop high when the Hunter is available and not get very much skeleton damage with the big combos here. Even if it does actually connect and get death damage down, you'll see skeleton damage should get picked up most of the time. Heal Spirit doesn't get the Royal Giant there. Fishboy maybe doing a little Benedict Arnold action against Anaban, or in favor of Anaban this time. The ladder sniper running Mortar against a Mortar God. And again, RG high. So far, he's been unable to really get to the Musketeer is Lapo. Anaban's been doing a good job of varying muskie placements, not being predictable, and protecting the heck out of that Musketeer against that Fisherman. Mortar control pretty well here. No elixir for Lapo to RG this, so you're going to see him have to go ahead and skellies to keep that mortar shot off tower. Here we go, Hunter down, and the Barb Barrel tries to protect, and now you see Anaban switching lanes. Does not want to keep fighting on the right-hand lane if he doesn't have to, even though he has the best damage on that right-hand side. Knows he's going to give up more damage on that right-hand side if he keeps on fighting there. So he goes with the mortar left-hand side. Now we go Skelly Barrel behind the Barb Barrel and easily cleaned up by the Hunter Heal Spirit. Final 35 seconds. LaPoKaTi in control. Musketeer goes bye-bye with that Ewiz support. And Anaban kind of looking at this going, what the heck do I do at this stage? Not a whole lot, really. Going to try to go with the Skeleton Barrel on the right-hand side, Barb Barrel in front. Can he deal with this Hunter? So far, the answer has been no. Skeletons do drop, and Log cleans it up nice and easy. RG to the left-hand lane now for LaPoKaTi, and that RG will connect. And Anaban is trying to go hard on the right-hand side. See if he can steal this one with enough damage. Not going to happen, though. Royal Giant cleans things up on the left-hand side. We are tied 1-1. The two undefeated players right now on the brink. One will be 5-0, one will be 4-1 after our Game 3 coming up next. Stats should update here in just 1 second. There we go. Anaban not able to out-mortar the Mortar Master. And update here, Kendaswagger beat Framsito in Game 3, so Kendaswagger will be moving up to 3-2, if you're keeping track of that one. Anaban banning Mortar here. Doesn't want to give that back to Lapo at this pace. Since when was Kendaswagger a player, asked Sam. Kendaswagger has some decent performances on ladder, 7.7K player on ladder, nearly 7.8. Has done a little bit of small esports stuff with Instinct in Europe. Best finish on ladder is 261, but qualified through the one of the open qualifiers. Here we go. Anaban Lapo, Game 3, let's go. Sandy, great to have you here as well. Thank you so much for your OP modding. Everyone give Sandy some love in the chat before she bounces out. Always super cool. Big split high for Anaban. So RG again for Lapo. Royal Hogs for Anaban. Anaban had like I said before, a pretty great season in the No-Tilt League Special Edition. And then just struggled in CRL, but a very popular player is Anaban, 2-time #1 on ladder, 14 top 50 finishes, plus a #1 finish in the global tournament alongside 2 third-place finishes. So mostly an in-app player, a ladder and global tournament player, and then has been stepping into the competitive scene a bit more this year. A lot more by comparison. But just 16 years old, a lot of opportunity in front of the young player. Joe saying 3-time #1. 3-time #1? Gotta change my notes. Do I think Anaban will re-sign somewhere? I don't think for this season, Bryce. I think Anaban will sit out the rest of 2020, but I expect to see him back in 2017. Hey, Cheesecake, how are you? Good to see you in the chat, bud. Over on Le Trovo. Anaban pulls ahead with 2 huge Musketeer shots on the right-hand side, 12.96 to 14.46. Or in 2021, 2017. What was 2017? Oh, when Pompeo was crushing it on ladder. Sounds about right. RG down behind the fireball, and the E was making more room for Lapo. High bar putt, doing its best to hold on. Fireball timing not precise, but still pretty darn good here. Now LaPoKaTi does have the lead back. Elixir pretty much on the dot, even with 90 seconds to go. 1,001 to 894. Pigs in with the Skeleton Dragons behind. Just a heavy push, and the Heal Spirit does get through. Fireball misses. Lapo's Fireball does not get just about anything. Gets caught in the no man's land between between the Pigs and the Skeleton Dragons, and that's a GG well played. Anaban stays undefeated, 5-0. LaPoKaTi down to 4-1. And the FLG very sad about that one. So let me see what's going to be next on stream here. Not precisely sure. Daniel Mendoza saying Anaban can literally play anything and do so well. That's one thing about Anaban is he is very versatile. You can kind of give him anything, he can play it. And that does give Anaban a big advantage over many players. Let's go ahead and update the score screen. Here's the games that we're currently on, and it should be, yep, LaPoKaTi versus Kendaswagger. Kenda currently in the top 4, 3-2. A win over Lapo would probably secure a spot in the top 4, or at least make it much, much closer for him. And Sam. Come on, bud. Yeah. You had to know that was going to happen there, pal. Yeah. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Tricky Banana says, Pika over on the YouTube chat. Pandasonic, who did Kenda beat so far? You can look on Appgrade to get all that information. Go to Appgrade, APPGRADE. I can look up some of that in a minute here, guys, but right now I want to stick here with the action on stream. Are they stopping after 100 cards? I'm not entirely sure what the plan is there. So this is our first staring contest. We really have not had one for a while. Yeah, William Lee, action, what action? Yeah, we have not had, this is the only staring contest of the day. We make it all the way into double. And again, this is the one thing I'm kind of surprised here. Kendaswagger has been running this deck a lot today. And people really should be kind of putting him on it. This is one of like the 3 go-to decks for non-competitive players when they play competitive. And if I'm anyone playing against Kenda, I'm game playing against this deck. I kind of feel surprised in general when I see this deck being played in a competitive game. You know, being played in one of those 1,000-player tournaments is one thing, but in a BO3 or BO5, just kind of surprised by it. This and E-Golem, 2 decks where if you're playing against a player who does not play competitive, and hence is not trying to prep a bunch of different decks from the meta, those are the 2 ones you see the most. .494 on the right-hand side. Lapo pretty firmly in control. Noah, you have a 320, a top 320 finish to the graveyard. That's pretty cool. Graveyard down on the right-hand side. Sparky trying to push through. Can Rage steal this? It can, but not with that bar putt, most likely. And Rage trying to steal here. Mini P.E.K.K.A being controlled high. Knight to pick up against the Sparky. And here comes the Graveyard with the poison. That should be a GG well played. LaPoKaTi gonna take game number 1. Guys, I am just a caster. And as I've said many times before, I am an okay Clash Royale player at best. Okay. That's it. I'm just okay. But let me tell you guys something. If I were you, and I was a player who doesn't play a lot of competitive, playing in a competitive BO3 or BO5, I would not touch Goblin Giant Sparky Rage or Eagle and Battler with a 10-foot pole, because it seems like it's very predictable. Kendaswagger banning Mortar. And if I'm a pro, guys, if I'm coaching a pro, and they're up against a player who's not a seasoned competitive player, I would say, dude, just prep for Eagle and Battle Healer, prep for Goblin Giant Sparky Rage. That's what you're gonna see those. You're gonna see them, you're gonna see them a lot. Oh yeah, Bowler Expo. Bowler Bow has been around a bit. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Ban is going to be Mortar. One second, folks. John O'Connor saying Magic Archer is a better choice for which deck? Oh, Bryce, well, thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Maybe hang out and see if Lapo does get to his number 5 spot. 5th win here, potentially incoming for Lapo. We'll see if Kenda can stop it. Pigs go to the right-hand side. Lapo just waiting on this one. Lapo has been loving this RG deck. If I'm game planning against Lapo right now, I'm definitely game planning against this RG deck. I can't remember what game it was. I think it was during the No-Till World Championship. I think it was during Stage 2, during one of the... Yeah, it must have been. It must have been Stage 2 semis, one of those best of 5s. And there was a semi-pro player playing against a CRL pro, and I was calling the decks in order, because the first deck was something cheesy. Second deck was Goblin Giant Sparky Rage, and I was like, oh, he's 100% going to run Eagle and Battle Healer deck number 3, and he 100% did. And I get it. They're like Eagle and Battle Healer and Goblin Giant Sparky Rage are decks that if you don't have prepped, you can still run them and get wins with them without actually playing them that often. Oof. I don't think they're great decks in the first place. Or I don't like them as decks in the first place, but it just seems like they're predictable. Pigs in from Kendaswagger on the left-hand side. Oh, it's Kendaswagger. Got it. I've never seen the capitalization on the DA before. Bryce Leach. Yeah, that's probably a nice way definitely a nice way that I put that. They're just decks that if you're typically a one-trick and you have not been prepping to play a variety of decks, those are 2 decks that you can not have to have practiced a bunch because they're pretty basic. Fireball to the left-hand side. Lapo trying to hold on here. And that Heal Spirit evaporates. That should be a GG. With that Heal Spirit going away. Ken, going to win game number 2. Send us to a 3rd and final. GG, well played by the Brit. And we'll have stats on that one in just a moment, waiting for those to update. There we go. And yeah, this is I wonder if this was Broken, aka Ken, making a good call here. Going with a deck that has good matchup, one of the few that has good one of the main ones right now that has a good matchup against RG. Because again, Lapo has been playing RG a lot right now. NATO ban out of LaPoKaTi. And as an update, TNT and Vitor currently in their matchup, and I believe TNT has 2-0'd Vitor. I think that TNT, it was only 2 games. Yeah, TNT looks like he's 2-0'd Vitor. So big win there for the South Korean player. Here we go, game number 3, Lapo and Broken, aka Ken. Anky Monkey saying that deck was made to counter RG, I believe. Yeah, the deck has been good against RG. Lapo looking like Hog triple spell here. Probably against Loon from Broken. Ken the Broken one. I am not in charge of what are the on-stream matches, Rahul. I just go with what's planned for the overlays. I don't control the overlays, so we've seen a lot of TNT's matches today. But there should be more of TNT on stream, assuming there are. I don't know how many more matches he has. Why Hog EQ, no Mortar? Well, A, Mortar is banned. That was the ban for Ken, a.k.a. Broken. And B, Hog Triple Spell is the popular Hog deck right now. It does well overall in the meta, has a bunch of good matchups. Not sure where in the UK Ken is from. Oh, Ken could be considered a Scottish word because of, you know, to Ken is to know something. Good point there from Element in the Trovo chat. And this gets challenging for Lapo as it gets later in the game. Again, he has so much control for balloons. And Lapo's already won this matchup once today. Fish Boy does go to the right-hand side, 13-01. And you see smart play by Ken to throw out the 6-man after the EQ is out of cycle. Very smart play here. Otherwise, you're giving some extra value to that Earthquake. Snowball not needed. We'll go with the back to the second bomb tower high to pick up that balloon. Another Earthquake in, trying to just get a little bit of damage, a little bit of attack on the left-hand side. Lapo still holding on nicely. And he might just, oh, Log dies earlier, and maybe Lapo getting a little bit of a rough one there from the change in Log distance. Balloon being firmly controlled. Roald, good evening to you too, sir. Balloon to the right-hand side. Broken, a.k.a. Ken, trying to find a way through. So far the cycle on the defense for Lapo has been superb. And again, Snowball, Bomb Tower, and Musketeer all against a balloon deck. Good luck breaking through. And the Heal Spirit, he leaps over the Log. That's actually kind of big here. Snowball, though, is still in cycle. Triple Elixir, so hard to get through here. EQ will finish things off. Lapo going to go ahead and get one. GG, well played. Ken did all right in that one. Matchup says it goes for the Loon Cycle deck here. We've seen that again before. I wonder if that's the actual matchup or if that's just the overall, you know, it's been affected because of the number of people who play this matchup. Again, Musketeer is hard for Lapo to deal with. Dealt with it fine. How are the rankings? Good question. Let's go take a look. Here's where we are so far. Anaban, 5-0. Lapo, 5-1. They have both officially qualified. But what does that mean, this 5-0 and 5-1? What it means is that it's much more likely that a 3-4 player will make it in, right? Because you have Broken, a.k.a. Ken, who could go 4-3, which would most likely be a guaranteed in, given what you see everywhere else. But maybe not. You could have a lot of 4-3s. But look at how many players currently are on negative win rates overall in this one. So a distinctive possibility that a 4-3 makes it in, especially if Anaban and Lapo win out. If Anaban goes 7-0 and Lapo goes 6-1, real good chance here that a 4-3 makes it all the way through. So we're going to be going into our next game here. Anaban TNT, I believe, is the next game on stream. We'll be with that one in just one moment. Let me go ahead and double check that real quick. Yeah, Anaban and TNT will be the next one on stream, so we'll be with that one in a second. A little donation there to TNT. There's the overall look, and Belarus currently leading the country's overall in win rates, and that's courtesy of one guy, of Anaban, or I mean of LaPoKaTi himself. Sorry, Anaban just sent his request in here. Let me go ahead and jump in. Anaban and TNT, game number 1. Here we go. Hey, Luis, thank you very much for your support. Do appreciate it. Go ahead and throw a sub on YouTube while you're at it. So don't see a ton of Goblin Cage. This feels like Loon Cycle here for TNT. Could be RG as well. I mean, could be Graveyard, but Heal Spirit's not a big part of Graveyard. And Anaban going back to this Loon Battle Healer deck he's been using on ladder. Anaban really all over the place with his decks. Hassan, glad you're liking it. But Anaban really kind of everywhere. One second, folks. King Tower activation pretty easy there for TNT. Is this round robin or single elimination? This is round robin in this stage. This is the group stage, 8 groups of 8. Round robin overall. And the top 4 from each group will move on to the next stage. Then we'll be in the round of 32. That will be a bracket stage, and in that bracket stage, it will be double elimination. And if it, I don't know for sure what the format typically for these double eliminations, or for these double eliminations by Revel Amar, have been winner's bracket is best of 5, loser's bracket is best of 3. Battle Healer high to protect the Inferno Dragon. Nice Battle Healer from Anaban. We'll set up for a decent counter push here. And not able to get the Heal Spirit, or not deciding not to get the Heal Spirit into the mix there. at the top. And Anaban's generally, again, we've seen NATO bans against Anaban twice today, and that's why. Really, really good tornado work from Anaban. JG saying the Hog Rider was inspired by Mr. T. Was the Hog Rider not an original Clash of Clans card? It's been so long I don't remember. Freeze in, and that's going to be a connection. There you go. Anaban with a big lead here. After that connection, RG down. Can Anaban defend against the Royal Giant in this sequence? First shot in, and the NATO pulls the RG out of the Inferno Dragon range for a moment. Might be see a second Royal Giant here pretty quickly from TNT. 2 Musketeers down, fireball value at the bridge, and now there you go, RG in front. Looks like TNT in a good spot to potentially steal this one. Another Musketeer outside of the freeze, defensive freeze, not going to hold on that long. NATO in it back one more time. NATO so good in Anaban's hand, and another RG down behind that. That's going to be a GG well played. TNT takes the win over the undefeated Anaban. Yeah, I know Hog Rider's from Clash of Clans. I just didn't know if Hog Rider was in the original Clash of Clans release, or if it was added later. So JG saying that it was added because they knew Mr. T played Clash of Clans. There we go. Should update in a second here. There we go. Matchup between TNT and Anaban. Anaban banning archers for this one. What's my main on Apex? JG, I recently switched to becoming a Gibby main after being a Wraith main for a long time, and then a Lifeline main. I've recently switched to Gibby, and it's actually boosted my KDR and my win rate quite a bit. Here we go. Game number 2, TNT with the advantage. GG is the best fake trivia. That's fake. I didn't know. I'm pretty sure that Hog Rider was an original card, original release in Clash of Clans, but maybe it was added later. Thank you, OG Fake Lapo. Is Surgical Goblin in any of the groups? Yes, Surgical Goblin is in Group H, which will be playing on September 4th, along with Soking and who else is in that group? Oh, I think Morton's in that group too. We'll look at the groups after this match is over. And a big Mega Knight connection left-hand side for TNT. Anaban falling far behind. And that battle healer being so obnoxious because that's what she is. When's the next round after this? Michael. So for the next, we are on day 4 of 8 days of group stage. All days in a row. I'll show you that schedule in a minute. And as soon as the group stage is over, the very following day we begin the round of 32, the bracket stage. Hey, Towley, thanks for joining over on the Trovo side. Do appreciate it. Is Mookie playing? Mookie is not in this event. No CRL East players are in this competition because of conflicts. TNT with the lead, but a kind of nasty push building up right now from Anaban. And a nice bar barrel to control up high, and the NATO freeze Big spell expenditure out of Anaban. Will that be enough to break through here? Piggy's down opposite direction, so now TNT putting pressure on. Battle Healer goes down, and all that going the opposite way. Really great sequence there from TNT to recognize that his opponent had just spent so much elixir, 7 spent, just to control that part of the board. So TNT goes, there's no way you have a way to defend here, especially with Freeze and NATO both out, an immediate push the opposite direction. Pig's going down under the balloon, knows he can win the foot race. Will a freeze be there for Anaban? And it is. Will the balloon hit? Balloon does not hit second time. Oh my word, the balloon nearly won it for Anaban instead. TNT takes the dub, and Anaban takes his first loss. GG, well played. And here you go. There's a look at the overall groups, guys. You can see Group H, for those of you looking for Surgical Goblin and Morton, in the same group. That's going to be fun. Mark Yoon, does Clash Royale League West have a fall season? Yep, it does. And it will happen this fall. There you go. And now I've gotten some word. I saw this earlier in chat, but I didn't want to say anything until I'd had a chance to go take a look at it. But it looks like Schwarzen has posted an "It's official" 1 hour ago onto his Twitter account. So now speculation: where in CRL West does Schwarzen end up? So take your guesses, guys. I'm pretty sure I know. I'm pretty sure I have an idea of where he's going to end up. I don't want to blow up any spots. I don't think it's where you guys think. So we'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes after his classes are over. He's still in school. Take a look at the stats right now. A lot of people saying SK. I understand why you'd say that with Schwarzen being a German. I don't know. Waiting on our next match to start up here. It's going to be TNT and Lapo. So TNT needed a minute to redo decks. Some people have said Liquid, but Liquid's full. I don't think Liquid's going to add anybody else. Liquid's going to be, as far as I know, is Surge, Canario, Igor, and Razzer. Here we go. Let's jump into Lapo versus TNT. A lot of people saying SK. Somebody guessed Misfits. I see a couple Misfits guesses. Here's my take on it, guys. Is think of the teams that you know have open roster spots, right? There are a few teams. Some there's speculation on whether they will change their rosters, and some you know have open roster spots. But the teams that have open roster spots seem more likely unless some teams are making some other big changes. SK is certainly a possibility. They'd have to break up that team of 4, and I just don't know if I see that happening. There's a couple teams that do have open roster spots. We'll see if he ends up on one of those ones. Hold on, give me 1 second, folks. Need to go off stream for a moment. And we're back. So yeah, a lot of speculation on where people are going. And one of the big ones, Diego B leaving Team Liquid. And where does he end up? We know that 2 players are not going to be returning to Chivas Esports. So Diego B looks like a likely spot to Chivas. That would make a lot of sense. A lot of synergy and relationships there. But Chivas has open spots. Pain Gaming has open spots. Misfits, after Razor leaving, has an open spot. And then who knows what other changes other teams might make. So a lot of rumors out there, but I do know one thing. Schwarzen did announce it's official. So now it's just a question of what specifically is official. Who knows? We will find out. Lapo connects left-hand side. And no taking his foot off the gas here for LaPoKaTi. You know he does not want to give TNT a chance to get into that next round. TNT, though, going to fire back and send us to sudden death overtime. I'll be doing a roster speculation video. Unless all the announcements happen before. Oh, boy. King Tower getting wrecked right now. TNT going to take game number 1. I'm planning on doing a roster speculation video after this event is over, unless all the rosters get announced before I get there, which is a distinct possibility. So we'll see what happens. There you go, TNT and Lapo, game number 1, and Lapo banning Musk after that first one. And Lucdubs and Framsito taking place off stream. Framsito taking, I believe, a 2-0 win against Lucdubs. Ellie saying Liquid isn't full. Well, it depends on what you mean. Liquid does have 4 players, and Eric Benamou doesn't like to play with more than 4. So, you know, so could Liquid add up to 2 more players? Yes. Do I think they will add even 1 more player? No. I think Liquid will stick with the 4 they have right now. I can't imagine Tribe making any changes at the moment either. And guys, after this Lapo TNT match, I will show you guys the standings again. Keep you updated on where everyone is. Yeah, roll up. The stream is a little more professional now that we're in this stage versus just random whoever playing. What do I think of the new update? So far, I haven't had a chance to play it very much, but we'll see. Avery, isn't J Monty returning to competitive? Not entirely. I haven't heard. I know he said something about it potentially, but I have not heard anything beyond him saying some stuff in the spring. There is no roster restriction, Samuel. I think that actually some of them had more than 4 last season. I don't think Bag joined Team Liquid. I could be wrong, but I don't think he did. Again, Liquid has 4 players that are pretty big, and I don't see Eric Benamou making changes there. Mark Yoon. Yes, and no, I won't tell you. There you go. A lot of Eastern teams do have 5 or 6. It's not as popular in the West. Oh, maybe they all had 4. I mean, they've previously Western teams have had more than 4 players. I don't think it makes sense, especially in this online format, to have more than 4 players. From a very basic standpoint, every extra player is a huge extra expenditure. Diego B is no longer on Team Liquid. Egan. Hey, Bulma, thank you very much for your support with the Legendary King's Chest. That's super cool. Yeah, guys, I don't plug it very often, but use code RICH in the store. That's super cool. Thank you, Bulma. I really appreciate that. I don't know what proportion of that goes to me. I actually don't know that at all. Probably should. Liquid does not have 5. Diego B's no longer on Team Liquid, and most likely, with Chivas needing 2 players, seems like Diego B will end up at Chivas. Most likely. It would be surprising to see him go somewhere else. Keys, that's impossible because that code doesn't exist. Magic Archer doing a lot right here. And you guys want to talk about possibilities? With a lot of team players from Pain Gaming looking like they're signing for non-CR teams potentially. Well, it'll be interesting to see what Pain Gaming does this season. I see some criticism of Diego B in the chat, but you know, you can't, it's hard. Like again, talking about how do you take that short season and really make it as an evaluation for somebody, right? Diego B in the spring split only played 2 matches of 2v2 and 1 match of 1v1. He won his 1v1 2-1. He lost 2 2v2 sets with whoever he was playing 2v2 with. I don't remember if he was playing with Surge or Kana. But 8 total games, went 3 and 5 over 8 total games. Like, it's hard to make a judgment over that on a player's quality. I think if you look at Diego B's overall body of work, even with that season, a lifetime win rate in CRL 54%. He's playing with Canario. Okay, yeah. I think Diego B would be a fine addition to Chivas Esports. I don't think you can denigrate anyone like with any sort of realistic, unless you saw someone make like actually dumb plays, right? Yeah, TNT's great. 2-0 win for TNT. Unless you saw someone make actual dumb plays, and you're like, what is this nonsense that you're doing? Just looking at someone's win rate from the spring split of CRO West, you can't really say someone is super bad there. TNT won his 1v1 set and lost 2 2v2 sets. Put that up against his body of work in CRL. His body of work is, I think, speaks better than 1 season. So, if it is true that Diego B is going to Chivas Esports, I think he'll be a good addition there. So there we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall stats here. Lapo is done for the day. Hey, Excess Butter, thank you very much. Lapo finishes his day at 5-2. And that means he's guaranteed a spot in the next round. Lapo has definitely qualified along with Anaban. We'll see if Anaban adds more wins to his record today. Framsito and Vitor about to play in, and this is a big one. If Vitor wins, he would have head-to-head matchup over Framsito, and they would both end this. That he would be at 4-3, and Framsito would be at 2-4, meaning Framsito would need to win his next one even to stay relevant. So Vitor, it depends on also what happens with TNT and with Broken, aka Kenda. But Vitor, with a chance here against Framsito, a win here would put himself guaranteed above Vitor no matter what, which would be big as well for the Argentinian. Which 3 players have the most number 1 ladder finishes, says Thanos. Well, I got to think Samuel Basoto was one of them. 5, I think. Let's go take a look at the Trovo chat here for a second, and I'll come back to the YouTube chat in a minute. On Hadi, I feel SK and Liquid will come back big time if CR West season the full season with the round robins like East. The 2-match round robins, K1 Tribe and SSG thrown into that, CR West will be fire. I don't know if they're going to do a double round robin or not, but it is a longer season for the West this season. But I think Liquid and SK will both have good performances. Wasn't six-man supposed to be the least skillful cards to play up until recently? I think six-man still isn't super skillful, but the rest of the deck might be skillful around it. But no, the six-man itself is not super skillful. The Royal Recruits, for those of you who are not have not been integrated yet. Pompeo, I know, has a lot of #1 finishes on ladder. Probably Igor as well, way up there. Is Samuel Basoto in this tournament? You know what? I don't remember. Let me take a look. Yes, he is. He's in Group E, so he'll be playing tomorrow with Benny Hu, Canario, Bufmak, Oyasu, Henenkava, Lucas Gamer, and Adrian. Cheeky NATO there from Vitor to open up some more room on that left-hand side. I don't know if it'll actually pay off for him. It's going to end up giving more damage to that right-hand lane. So 3 elixir spent to open up more on the left-hand side from the Portuguese player, but just ends up giving his opponent dual lane options. So I'm not 100% sure I like that choice out of Vitor. And now it leaves Framsito with dual lane options, a lot of elixir on the board, and a chance to counter push. Maybe going a little more for flash over substance there was Vitor. And Framsito now with a ton of elixir and a chance to take a lead here. So Vitor now setting up bomb tower low, pre-bomb towering right into a poison, and trying to go opposite lane with a graveyard push. But the Knight stops that baby dragon at the bridge, so no tankage, leaving that an easy cleanup for the Musketeer. Excess Butter saying that Lucas X Gamer also arguably the 2 best 2.6 players in the world. Lucas was #1 in the world a couple days ago with 2.6. It's impressive to play 2.6 that well right now. Framsito pretty solidly in control in these last minute. Triple elixir flowing. Vitor going to try to clean this up with the NATO, but it's not going to do it. There's too much coming down the lane here. And a few more skeleton stabs mean under 1,000 HP on the left-hand side. 28 seconds left. Vitor cannot win a bridge fight. And that ends up being the story of the game. Made one weird call that put him down on elixir and didn't gain him much. And then after that, it's just the inability to win the bridge fight in this matchup. GG, well played. Framsito takes game #1 and an important one against Vitor. We should get the update there in a moment. TNT going up against Kendaswagger off stream. I'll keep you updated on that one as time goes on. TNT wins game #1 running Hog Triple Spell against Pig's Barb Hut. And Bag and Lucdubs will also be playing off stream here in a moment. Thanos, which pro player has the weirdest sounding name to you? Has the weirdest name according to you? I mean, probably aw crap. It's just like, why would you choose that? It's so silly. So we move on to our next one in a moment here. And there's the overall group view if you guys are wondering who's in what group. So tomorrow, Benny Hu, Kana, Samuel, Bufmak, Oyasu, Henenkava, Lucas, and Adriel. The day after that, JP, Javi, Belly, Razzer, Ali, Thomas, Yosoi, Rook, and Puddin. let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Vitor and Framsito playing for trying to stay alive and make a shot at that top 4. Daniel Mendoza saying Chivas should get Weir out of retirement. I thought Weir looked like he was going to play in the spring season potentially. Ended up not happening. Groups EG and H are absolutely wild there, Mark. And guys, if you are interested in joining my clan for the clan creator battle for Clan Wars 2.0, go ahead and head over to Trovo, where the name of the clan and clan tag will be. Big rewards for the clans that finish well in that multi-week event. And a mortar connection here for Framsito. And Framsito not liking what happened there. Jack got murdered in World Finals using Hog. Everyone wanted to play the first Hog, and then he got crushed. Yeah, he was playing Hog EQ, right? Wasn't he playing Hog EQ in that one with Valk, if I remember correctly? Not playing 2.6 at Worlds. He played some good Hog cycle in seeding, and I think that made playing Hog at Worlds a little bit too predictable. One second. Hi, I'm from Indonesia, says Beta. Hey, Beta, how you doing? Daniel Mendoza saying, average late interesting how No Tilt Special Edition, Chivas, and Queso were in the final, but in CRL they were the worst teams. I think there were a few things about that. I think one of them was that the King of the Hill, the double King of the Hill format was really good for both of those teams, right? Trying to get through King of the Hills, like trying to beat JP and Ruben both in King of the Hill is really hard. And there were a lot of matches played, right? So you played all the way around, and you played against JP and Javi in King of the Hill. That's why the Queso was able to be so dominant, you know. And then Benny and Kuchi stepped up on occasion, but they didn't have a good 2v2 Team Queso. Their 2v2 just didn't have it together. And then you're putting so much pressure on the 1v1, and anybody can win a BO3 in 1v1. That's the reality, right? And only over a 4-match season, a 4-match group stage for that season. BO3 1v1s are just, they're unpredictable. With Chivas, again, Chivas had some 2v2 issues for sure. And then Anaban, again, 4 BO3. I think maybe only played 3 of them. But 1v1 BO3s, just hard to predict. 3-3 split for Vitor. Fighting for his life right now against Framsito. High mortar for the Argentinian. Final 30 seconds. And Vitor just trying to cycle Ram Riders as hard as possible. Heal Spirit behind. This Ram Rider not going to connect, but a Fireball will make some room that maybe, just maybe, gets one of those Skelly Dragons to connect. Doesn't happen at the moment. And that's a tanking Skeleton Barrel out of Framsito, who's looking pretty good right now. Can Vitor get around one more time? No, he cannot. Framsito going to take the win, and a big win that is. I believe that puts Vitor out of the running. Let's go ahead and take a look at that in a moment, but I believe that eliminates Vitor from the round of 32. And of course, that's not the most recent update. Give me 1 second on this. There you go. There's the decks. Let's go ahead and pop out here to the standings. Lucdubs eliminated. Okay, so Vitor not officially out. Wait, those numbers can't be updated yet. Hold on, let me just double check that. I don't think Vitor, I mean, unless they just haven't updated the numbers yet, which maybe they haven't done that yet. I'll keep an eye on that one for a minute. Lucdubs is out. Bag, of course, has a lot of games left to be played. Next match on stream I believe is going to be Anaban and Bag. Let me go ahead and jump into that one. And here we go. Give me 1 moment here, folks. One second. Barbutt versus Barbutt, and oh, is Bag going Eagle and Battle Healer? Is Bag going Eagle and Battle Healer? I am so surprised. I am absolutely shocked. Stinky cheese deck from Bag. And I can smell it from here. I just don't understand it. Everyone should be game planning against this deck for Bag. Like, literally everyone should just be going, Bag's gonna run Eagle and Battle Healer. Like, every deck you run should counter this. Every single deck you run should counter this. Well, Barb's got a big buff there, Michael, so you see more of that. Excess Butter saying we should be like Pink Blue Fred didn't join this tournament. Undefeated, that is true. Just if you're any analyst and you're playing against, if you're anybody, you're playing against Bag, just run things that counter this because he's gonna play it. He's gonna play it over and over again. I mean, at this point, I'm like, I don't even know if I'm shocked or not shocked that he's playing. One second, folks. Kendaswagger with a slim chance of qualifying. Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Right now, Bag trying to break through on the right-hand side. Fireball giving some good value here for Lucdubs, but can he survive this right-hand onslaught and put the pressure on the left-hand lane? Final minute triple elixir. I had to pop off for a second, guys. Pigs into the left-hand lane. Barbutt in response. A pretty expensive response out of Bag. Fireball in. Pigs will get a little bit of chip on tower. And Bag forced to spend more on the leg that he doesn't want to attack. Heal Spirit there is more for the Muskie than it is for the Pigs. Will help the Pigs, though. And NATO pulls all of that back. Barb Hut down for Lucdubs. Final 30 seconds. Got to get those battle healers away. 2 battle healers on the board. You see a Knight trying to go for 1. NATO's them away, though, does bag. And this deck is just, ugh, Fireball, get in there. I don't often actively root one way or the other, but I just, this deck. Oh my gosh. Will it happen? Fireball in. Oh, so close, 532 to 343, and Lucdubs takes the win. Bag, I want to root for you. You got to stop playing this. I want to root for you. But I can't when you're doing this. My lord. That is, of course, not the current up-to-date stats. We'll look at it in a second. Bag is banning Fisherman. We'll see how it goes from here. Here we go. Jump on in. Game number 2. Lucdubs up 1. Oh, no. Even. 1-1. My bad. And Lucdubs went Hog triple spell. And Bag just running it again. Yes, Framsito is Pateo Otakus, whatever. Same guy. So Bag's doing the same thing. My head hurts. My head hurts. Does anyone have any Advil? Anybody have any Advil? Snowball trying to help some sort of breakthrough happen here. Bag now ahead on Elixir. I don't even know if I can watch this. I have to close my eyes. I'm gonna have to just close my eyes and guess what's happening based off the sound. Can I cast with no sound? I wish I don't have face cam on like when we're actually in the game, but face cam right now would be cool because I'm gonna try to cast this with my eyes closed. My guess is that there's, let's see, I hear a bomb tower. There's a bomb tower down, probably at least one, only one battle healer for now. Some Elixir went the way of Bag, I'm thinking, or of Lucdubs. Yeah, there you go. I'll show you guys the standings here in a minute. And Lucdubs going Rocket instead of EQ. That's interesting. That is really interesting. And NATO does give 1 hit for the Hog Rider here, so can Lucdubs outcycle that Barb Hut a bit more? Hog to the opposite side this time. Gonna get 2 shots here. So now Lucdubs getting himself some options in both lanes. And that catches up Lucdubs from the Elixir standpoint. 2 Knights and a Hog Rider on the right-hand side. And that Hog will sneak on through. NATO pulls it back, though. Nasty defensive NATO there out of Bag, and a good counter push coming in. Don't think he needs to rocket this. He's going to snowball to separate. Fireball in. That's a good fireball out of Bag. Final 80 seconds. You see the way that Lucdubs is trying to stack the hog behind the knight to make NATOs less viable for those hog pushes. And that does give Lucdubs a bit of elixir advantage here. So this is a good opportunity for Lucdubs. Now we're hitting triple. I don't know how much rocket cycle we actually see here. Maybe in the final 30 seconds, or final 15. Second musketeer down low. And good spell cycle right now out of Lucdubs. Just a little bit of chip on that left-hand side. He was at max. Now setting up defense. Will bomb tower as well. And now you see both lanes being pressured from Bag. This is a lot. Gonna rocket on the left-hand side, and the battle healer does go down. Bomb tower gonna give a lot of value to Lucdubs. He's gonna try to get back to a second one here, and he does, but has to get to a second one very, very low. Knight high right now. Rocket played on defense. Smart play here by Lucdubs, and now pressuring with the hog, forcing 7 elixir out of his opponent. Spell cycle on the left-hand side. Fireball trying to do it. The rocket won't get there. Bag gets the win. And I just don't know what to say. Congratulations, Bag, on the win. Yeah, you guys can use Appgrade to get all your information, all your stat stuff. Appgrade. Why is there no tournament like this for a draft challenge? Because draft is bad. Draft is a fun, non-competitive mode, a fun casual mode. It is not a competitive mode. That's about it. Draft is not a viable competitive mode, and we saw that in CRL East. I just don't know what to do with that. Good win there for Bag. I just don't know what to do with that. Here we go. Bag trying to make his push into the top. I think all the games left are pretty much Bag games. So we're just going to watch to see if Bag can make it into the top 4. Right now, he's going to go up against Anaban. Let's jump on into it. Oh my god. Oh, for a second. So Bag on top of your screen playing Giant Miner, Heal Spirit, and Anaban going with his Loon deck. A pro player is a real one if he can play with all cards on Trigger Edge. I don't know what that means. Where did the Anaban loss come from? We can go look at the numbers before that. But guys, go to Appgrade. You can see all the information on your own. Can Bag play all his matches back to back to back to back to back and qualify here? Miner defensively out of the American against Anaban. No, Irish, he's not playing the cheese again. It's Anaban playing his Balloon Freeze deck against Bag playing Giant Miner. Is Bag 3-2 or 2-2 right now? Let me go take a look. Right now, Bag is 2-2. He's barely played his matches today because Bag had to go take a break for school. So he's very, very far behind on matches. Maybe he's 3-2. Let me double check that. I'll go double check on Appgrade as well. APPGRADE, Appgrade, one of the sponsors of this event. Great way to keep track of all the scores, matches, etc. I'm going to go jump on Appgrade right now, but I believe that Bag is 2-2, and that is correct. Yeah, Bag is currently 2-2. Let's take a look at his matches from today. Let's see. Alright, give me a second, guys. And that's not the best way to do it. And there you go, game number 1 to Anaban. Anaban does not want to give Bag a shot in here. No free wins against the King Sniper. Game number 1 in the books. And stats still aren't the updated stats, so there you go. There's a look at the groups. I want to root for Bag. Ban is Lava Hound from Bag. There has been a lot of lava played on the part of Anaban today. If I remember correctly. Here we go, game number 2. Anaban and Bag. Anaban and Bag. Anaban and Bag. Yeah. Bag Anaban. If you're just trying to put them together. And a Bag if they were going to be like a Hollywood couple. And a Bag, right? Like Benifer. Or wherever the other ones are. That was a thing they did in the 2010s, right? Was combine names. Defensive freeze out of Anaban. Just running it back, I guess. He likes this. He's loving this deck right now. Looking like RG for Bag. Let's see if this is the Hunter. If this is Hunter and Ewiz, that's going to be a little challenging there. What was that freeze? It was 4 Elixir to stop 4 Elixir. Keep the damage off the tower. Lightning for Bag. Interesting. What a choice. What a choice for Bag. Taking the Fireball out, putting Lightning in, maybe expecting to be up against this deck again. Bagaban, that's a good one too. Yeah, is it Bagaban or Anaban? Guys, vote now. Bagaban or Anabag? Lightning, great call here for Bag. Anabaguette is hilarious. So a little old, little new here. RG Lightning used to be the combination. Lightning super not popular in the meta right now. But smart call here out of the American. Ewiz for the Inferno Dragon, but of course defensive freeze will stop that push in its tracks. Sharp Heal Spirit here out of Bag. So after playing a real cheesy game, Bag playing a sharp game here against Anaban. Yeah, people are split between Bagaban and Anabag. People can't decide. They're both so good. I kind of like Anabag better, but I get Bagaban. I understand why that would be a good one. Lightning gets so much value there, but the freeze behind it. Ewiz not going to be enough to stop that connection. No, it is with the Baby Dragon. Lightning not in cycle right now for the American. Doesn't matter. Ewiz protected by the Royal Giant. E-Drag not going to help that long. I don't know about that NATO out of Bag here, trying to keep damage off tower, but trying to figure out when your opponent's going to spell versus when you're going to spell. .671 left-hand side. So far, it's been all Bag the whole way. Pretty solid choice here from Bag, and that Lightning goes bye-bye. 407 on the left-hand side. 90 seconds left. The American in control. Abagan. A Bag, yeah, I don't know. I think Anabag's the best one there, Maximilian. And this Lightning is just ruining every hope that Anaban puts together. It's been forced to defensive freeze too much, not able to get anything on tower. And that's a nice barb barrel on the Heal Spirit. Heal Spirit does not come through, but it does survive here for Bag. Baby Dragon just barely stops it at the end, but that's going to be a GG. Well played. Bag evens things up at 1-3. Yes, Bag put lightning to kill the dragons. That makes sense. Let's get we should get an update on stats here in just a moment. So that was game number 1. And here we go. Here's the game 2 stats. Mega Minion, the last card. So kind of a mixture of old RG meta and new RG meta. You know, RG, the 6 cards on the right are all from that former RG Furnace deck. You put a Furnace in for the Fisherman and a Lumberjack or Guards in for the Heal Spirit, and you have a meta deck from 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. So a little combo platter here for the American. So what's the snipe fight here? That Archer's sound is really cool. Ebarbs is a hilarious band. Ebarbs is a hilarious... I didn't even notice that until now. Ebarbs is a hilarious band out of Anaban. Maybe the best... You know what? If you weren't a fan of Anaban already, you have to be now for an Ebarbs band. That's so funny. That is so funny. That is so... And he's just running the same deck again. He's just running the same deck one more time. Anaban did already qualify, so I guess he's not that concerned. He did already make it through to the next round. Niels, I think it's funny. I think an Ebarbs band is a great, hilarious band. You'll get to tell me what I think is funny. Humor is subjective, guys. Rich, did Ken make it to the next round? Let's take a look. I don't know. I don't think it's decided yet. Currently, he's 3-4. I think he has the matchup over Framsito, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure. I have to go back and look at that one. Ken beat Framsito is the big question. I believe he did, right? I think that he did. If someone can confirm that. If Framsito wins, Ken is out. Because Framsito is 3-3. So the Bag Framsito match will decide a lot. I'm trying to see how many matches. So Bag has 3 more matches left. If Bag loses this and loses to TNT, he's out. If Bag wins if Bag goes 1-1 in these next 2 games and ends up at 3-3, he and Framsito will be playing a game where the winner would knock out Kenda. So for Kendaswagger to make it, he needs Bag to lose his next 2 games and then beat Framsito. That's how Ken gets it. So right now, you can definitely believe Ken is watching this one real close. A big freeze here from Anaban. Can he get on tower here? Baby Dragon gets 1 belch, not a second. Bag just playing for his life right now. Holding on. Graveyard to the right-hand side. I'm just riding the tension right here. Can Anaban secure this one? We are in triple elixir now. NATO not in cycle. Freeze trying to work. And the NATO from Anaban gets it done. So that's a good one for Ken. That does keep Ken alive just a little bit longer here. We'll get stats updated there in just a moment. Now it's going to be Bag versus TNT. Let's pop out and look again at the standings for the moment. So you can see Bag now 2 and 3. If Bag loses this one, he and Framsito. Let's see, but did Bag beat Ken? Or did Ken beat Bag? I don't see it on here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Did Bag beat Ken / Broken? Ken beat Bag. Okay. So, interesting here. If Bag loses this one, he has no way in. I believe that's the case. If Bag loses this one, he would then have a best wet record of 3 and 4 and would guarantee, well, again, but if you go to a 3-way tie. Oh, no, never mind. A 3-way tie would then come down to win-loss rate. Oh, this is crazy. This is actually kind of crazy here at the end. All right, hold on. This is actually kind of crazy. You guys watch the game, I'll tell you what happens. So, since Ken beat Bag... Oh, but Ken also beat Framsito, right? Right, so Ken holds both of those matchups. Am I right on that one? Let me go into Group D. Yeah, so Ken beat Bag and Framsito. So, basically, if Bag loses this, he's out. If he wins it, then the winner of Bag Framsito would move past Ken, a.k.a. Broken. If Bag loses this, but beats Framsito. So basically, if Framsito beats Bag, no matter what, Framsito is in and Ken is out. Ken / Broken is out. If Bag wins this one, Ken is guaranteed to be out. If Bag loses this one, then a win over Framsito would keep Ken in the top 4. Basically, for Ken to qual, that's right, very Horizon Light. For Ken to qualify, he needs Bag to lose this one and then win the next one. Every other situation means Ken is out. So Bag going Goblin Giant Sparky. I missed free pancakes. Oh no, I missed free pancakes. I was trying to figure out all the numbers. Interesting choice here by TNT to go with the Stab Gobs over the Skeletons, and that's usually thinking that you might be up against either Graveyard so that your Stab Gobs survive against the poison a little bit longer for defense, or it means that you are thinking you're up against potentially double small spell. Your brain just died. With all the different matchups or the high IQ play. I've only looked at this one sporadically as I'm trying to figure out all the math here. Snowball will make some room for that hog, and the Stab Gob's got on tower too, 812 to 743. And that's going to be a stab on the left-hand side. No, it's not. No direct damage here for Bag to get on that left-hand side. The right-hand side doesn't happen. Oh, the Rage nearly steals that one for Bag. Oh my gosh, Hog Rider and EQ could do it. Oh my gosh, 72 HP. Oh my gosh, is the snowball gonna get there? Yes, it will. Oh, what a crazy finish. TNT holds on both sides. Huge, huge, huge one for TNT. Or huge for Ken, not even huge for TNT. Wait, hold on. Where's TNT on this one right now? TNT is a guaranteed qualify. TNT's good. TNT's in. Dude, everyone's brain is lagging right now. If your brain isn't broken right now. Wow. Ban is going to be Royal Hogs from Bag. So here we go. Bag needs to win the next 2 in a row to stay in the tournament. And then it'll come down to Bag Framsito for the last spot. Or will it? All right, here we go. Game number 2. Let's jump into it. Man, Bag having to go to school definitely made this stream take a little bit longer, too. Is Ken qualifying? Anky Monkey. If Bag loses this and wins against Framsito, yes. Otherwise, no. We'll find out. But I told you guys a 3-4 would have a chance at qualifying. And the chance is still alive right now. And that's going to be a pair of raged-up balloon shots. Tower down, right-hand side. So now Bag needs to really get some value on the left-hand side. I don't know. Fireball in. Oh, Valk tanking. Oh, my lord. Tower trade comes on in. And we're going into a 2-tower game. Bag going a little bit outside. So maybe Bag heard the criticism. We're all like, so Bag has vacillated between Ding Dong decks in the E-Golem Battle Healer and the Goblin Giant Sparky Rage to like really interesting, strange stuff. It's always interesting to see people's take on what a low skill or high skill card is, and it's usually based on what counters their deck how. And a smart zap for Bag. Gonna force a response against that Inferno Dragon. Unless TNT just chooses to eat the burn, and he chooses to. And get a nice, huge raged up connection to the second one drop, and it does. 894 on the King Tower with the death damage to be down to 622. Bag now pushing hard towards the opposing King Tower. They need a snowball to defend here from TNT. Does he have it? Doesn't. Does he use it on offense? Balloon doesn't drop. Fishboy comes in to do slap slaps. 74 HP, and Bag send us to game number 3. Guys, why is this stream never ending? Let's go. My voice is dying. If you think Bomb Tower is skilled, then please remove me. Don't have time for you. I don't think Bomb Tower is or isn't skilled. Like, it's not more or less skilled than any other building, really. What defensive buildings are skilled? What's a high-skill defensive building is, I guess, a good question there. Here we go. Game number 3 going to come in just a second. Why is no one using 3 Musketeers? Because there's a 1-3 Muskie deck that's good. Here we go. Game number 3, Bag and TNT coming. I guess, yeah, Tesla is easier to mess up. Tombstone is high skill. I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, every building has difference in placements, right? Like, I don't know. Just saying that a defensive building, like, I would say that, okay, let's put it this way. The spectrum of low versus high skill in defensive buildings is a much lower spectrum than it is in troops. But here's a question, Nathan Ellis. What do you run on ladder that you hate bomb towers so much? That's probably the more important question. I wouldn't call it Expo a defensive building. Oh, that's a big lightning bag. Running right through that one. So bag going back to this RG lightning deck, that the mix of the old and the new together for the American. Cannon, maybe. What does Cannon get running other than 2.6? So TNT with GY Cycle. Be interesting to see how he plans to defend against these RGs with the Lightnings. Yeah, Nathan, let's turn the toxicity on the chat down just a couple of notches. Take it from an 8 down to a 6 at least, you know? Keep things friendly here. High bomb tower to deal with this RG. It's hard for TNT to get any sort of counter push going. And of course, King Tower activation going to make things even worse for TNT, who has already qualified. Hey, Dobman, how are you? Thanks for the follow, Dobman. Do appreciate that. Because of your beautiful, beautiful follow, a flower just bloomed, died, and rebloomed again to look even better. All right. Well, there's a timeout. Just for being annoying. RG cycled in the back right now for bag. GY opposite lane. TNT has 90 seconds to try to play defense and maybe get enough damage against this activated King Tower. Bomb tower high, and you're talking about when you play the high bomb tower. I talked about this yesterday. When you need to kill the supporting troops. When you must kill them. And this was a must kill here. Is there a bomb tower again here for TNT? No, there is not. Just focusing on pure DPS. RG takes 2 shots, 746 on the right-hand side. GY into the left-hand lane. TNT trying to break through here. Not going to happen. Activated King Tower, a big, big game changer. And here we go. Does TNT maybe switch lanes here? You don't really want to play into the RG lane, but this is where the counter pushes could be. Bomb tower needs to come down, or it needs to come down quickly. Not going to happen. RG gets one more shot. Graveyard to the right-hand side. TNT has already qualified, but now this one will put Kendaswagger out of contention. Bag are now going to play in a best-of-3 to see who goes on. Framsito and Bag in an early bracket round, essentially. Winner goes on, loser goes home. GG, well played. And here we are, final match of the day. And I like that the final match of the day comes down to an elimination match. You see the overlay already ready up as these guys know what we got going on next. And here we go. Hey, Ken, good performance, man. Tough way to have the ball bounce there at the end, but overall good performance. Here we go, guys. It's going to be Framsito against Bag. Winner goes on, loser goes home. Yeah, Kendaswagger is out now. Your eyes are fried eggs. Talk about casting this thing for this long. Multiple days in a row. Dobman, not doing much stand-up right now because there's not much stand-up to be done. Focusing on all the esports stuff with the way things are at the moment. But the album should be coming out this year. That's the plan. Here we go. Game number 1 of an early playoff match. Yeah, Kendaswagger is broken. Same person. So Bag going Giant Sparky. And if you're a Bag fan, you know Bag likes to play some Sparky. Out to an early lead here against Framsito. Both guys taking this one very seriously. As the winner will get into the round of 32, which starts on September 5th. The loser will be out and have no shot at that $6,000 prize pool. So interesting to see that we're doing looking at a different Giant Sparky, or a different Sparky deck than Goblin Giant Sparky Rage, but a lot of the same pieces here. Heal Spirit, Mini P.E.K.K.A. And we'll see how much Bag can just sit on. Has 3 different responses for the Skeleton Barrel when it does pop, between the E-Wiz, the Heal Spirit, and the Zap. And the heal, nice little Heal Spirit there to control that a little bit. Excess Butter, I'm pretty sure it's 18 in English, not 16. Yo, Rich, you ever seen Joe Rogan? Yeah, many times. Talk to him at the Comedy Store all the time. I used to work there. Had many a conversation. Nice guy. Will there be a new arena next season? I don't know, but will there be a lot of damage on that tower left-hand side? Yep, 808 from Framsito as we get to the final 30 seconds of regulation. Log behind, try to make room for that Skeleton Barrel. Not going to get there. I already answered that question, Michael, a minute ago. Heal Spirit nerf idea, take away the damage. Yeah, maybe. I think that the healing is more of an issue. Full Giant Sparky push. 4 Bag, and a second Giant in front of the Sparky, so a little extra Sparky value here. E-Wiz behind the Sparky. I like that play from Bag here. To get the E-Wiz down to get some more support for the Sparky. Very, very sharp. Not able to keep the Sparky alive here. Final 90 seconds, Framsito putting pressure on the left-hand side. A high mortar. Can Framsito protect this mortar? That's the big question. And he can. Mortar will get a lock, and that's going to be a GG, I believe, once he protects against this E-Wiz. There you go. First mortar hit, second mortar hit will do it. And that's going to be a fireball and log. Well, I won't need it actually at this point. Just fireball will come in. Icing on the cake, Framsito now 1 away from qualifying. Game number 1 down. We're going to get the overlay here, the stats. No, that's okay. Here's the overall look at our groups. And, of course, tomorrow we have Group E. Benny Hu, Canario, Samuel, Buffmac, Oyasu, Henenkava, Lucas Gamer, and Adriel. All tomorrow. Ban is Mortar from Bag in this one. Do I know Uncle Joey? Yeah, I know Joey Diaz. Another great guy. Treats everyone around him very, very well. I'll answer this question. If there's someone from the Comedy Store and you're like, do you know this person from the Comedy Store? Yes. That's the answer to your question. I know some guys better than others. Some I'm closer with than others, but I worked the door at the Comedy Store worked the door there for 4 years and did hundreds of sets in all 3 rooms, the OR, the main room, and the belly room. Hey, Rising Light, thanks for stopping by, man, and being part of the squad. Appreciate it. What's the URL for Appgrade? Not entirely sure. Just go download Appgrade in the App Store. There you go. Hey, Rich, you know people you work with? I know, right? I've met OJ. Met him at World Finals both in 2018 and 29 there, Braden. And Bag going Sparky again. So Framsito looking like he's going to go graveyard here. And not really able to get through on that push. Is Bag a slight elixir advantage right now to Framsito? A little ahead on damage now because of that Archer, 2261 to 2443. Here we go, double elixir time. Dual lane pressure now from the American. Been a pretty slow game here so far as we've been in regulation time. And now we're getting deeper into double. And this dual lane pressure continuously here from Bag, trying to find some way to spread his opponent thin. As yet, unable to do it. And now Framsito with a healthy counter push. Fireball cleans all that up at the bridge, though. Got a little bit too close. But the lead extends for the Argentinian. He has the game in hand. 90 seconds left. If he can get a win here, he moves on. Bag needs to come up with something. Sparky can change this game at a moment's notice. Bag might try to support more on the left-hand side here, and he does. The high E-Wiz, though, not able to keep the Sparky alive. Giant will get one shot here, does get two shots. So with that, Bag does have the lead in the left-hand lane. Way behind Elixir, though. And you see Framsito pressuring the right-hand side best he can. Poison for the E-Wiz. Bag splitting lanes one more time. Does have the lead on the left-hand side. And a big Sparky shot on the right. And now Bag just pressuring like crazy at the bridge. Graveyard in. Bag putting a lot up there at the bridge. Just not going to get through. Question is, can this Graveyard Poison do enough damage on the opposite side? Fireball going to try to come out here on the left. And oh my word, Bag steals it in the final seconds. And I guess we don't have stats. Oh well, here we go. Game number 3 coming up. What a crazy one. This is it. Barb Hut the band from Framsito. Final game of the day, folks. We've made it here. I need to do a crazy reaction. Canadian 3000. Here's my crazy reaction. Wow, because I'm so tired. This was supposed to be done 45 minutes ago. But because Bag had to go to school, we took too long. So here we are. Final game of the day. It all comes down to this. Bag, Framsito, BO1 to see who goes through. Bands are Mortar and Barb Hut. Framsito, I'm going to guess, running Hog triple spell. Nope, going to be running RG most likely. How old is Bag? Bag's at least 16. I believe Bag is 16. Looking like GY for Bag. I'm just tired, guys. And I want to. I'm enjoying this, but there's so much Clash to be cast over the next 8 more days. Bag going GY against the RG of Framsito. Isn't it early? It's 4:45 for me in California right now. I was hoping to be done at 4 so that I could get a little other work done before my workday was over, but not going to happen. And I know Mrs. Slaton is sitting there going, hey, you got a family. Come over here. This should be a good matchup for Bag. Between the Ice Wiz, the NATO, and the Goblin Cage, you should be able to keep these RGs off tower pretty consistent. I'm trying to remember the specific ones. I know that some of these RG matchups are really good for, like, I don't know the exact which card makes it swing which way. I'm just watching this one really close at this point. And that's a lot on the board that Bag doesn't have the Elixir to deal with. Cage high. And this might start to swing towards Framsito here. RG gets 1 shot, RG gets 2 shots. Bag is getting housed right now. This high poison, though, could move things in his favor. They get both the Fisherman and the Hunter taken care of. The Baby Dragon will help. No, gets picked up by the Royal Giant. This matchup is all about mitigating RG damage up until triple elixir, and then getting one or two good graveyard counter pushes and cycling graveyard poisons in triple. And here we go. First big graveyard push from Bag. And it's going to be a huge one. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a tower down one, possibly here. Skeleton's putting that thing way, way low. There you go. Bag going to take the win. Plays enough defense, gets one big counter push. GG, well played. Bag gets through and qualifies for the round of 32. What a way to get it done there at the end. What a way to get it done there at the end. Wow. What was I going to say before? I don't even know what I was saying before, Sam. GG, well played. Bag now moves into the top 4, and you have it. Our top 4 from Group D. Anaban, LaPoKaTi, Bag, and TNT. Your top 4 moving on. A rough outing for Lucdubs, falling at 1 and 6. Vitor, Framsito, and Broken, a.k.a. Kendaswagger, not making it through. Is Bag 16? Is Bag 17? Not entirely sure which one he is. I think he's 16, but I don't know. I'm not keeping track. Guys, GG to Bag, GG to all. Congrats to all the guys who made it. Anaban, Lapo, Bag, and TNT one more time. Here was the group today. And tomorrow, we're going to have Benny Canario, Samuel, Buffmac, Oyasu, Henankava, Lucas Gamer, and Adriel, and of course all the rest of those players still left to come up. It's been a whole lot of fun. I am ending the stream here. It's been great. See you guys back here again tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central European, summertime, with more of the Bren Chong Cup 2 Summer Edition. I'm Rich Slaton. If you're watching the replay on YouTube, subscribe to my channel, all that different stuff. If you're watching on Trovo, thanks for the love. Watching on YouTube live right now, also subscribe, whether you're watching live or on replay, either one. Love you all.